who this is. Tiffany Raquel. Tiffany Raquel.
By 11 teenagers who were featured on Piper's channel. YouTuber and her mother, Tiffany.
Piper Raquel drama. Piper Raquel. Never heard of her. The Piper Raquel situation is getting weird. Oh no. I don't know if this girl should have been famous. Maybe. No, I want something from... Wow, why are they so obsessed with this young girl? It's weird. I just want to know the drama, that's all. Wow, Piper Raquel mom drama. I want to hear about the mom, not even the streamer themselves. Oh my god, financial like lawsuit and all this. Raquel's mom. This is so far out of my age range that I don't care. I'm terribly sorry. It's so far out of my age range. I don't need to care.
He was sued back in 2022 by 11 teenagers who were featured on Piper's channel. They were all part of Piper's so-called squad at one point. They alleged that Tiffany inflicted emotional distress on them while she was producing content for Piper's channel, claiming that they sustained both physical and emotional injuries from harassment, molestation, through was grotesque to promote Piper's content. But there's also seeing following with one of the plaintiffs also telling the outlet that the suit was, quote, never about money, saying it was to make sure she couldn't do what she did to me to another kid. My youth was stripped away at a very young age because of Tiffany Raquel.
Because they're all rich kids anyways. The only people who have that time to sit around like that and fucking fuck around in the backyard and shit and do YouTube videos and stuff are either retired, rich, or disability. One of those three. Trust fund kids. And she's a trust fund kid, and all their friends are trust fund kids. So they make statements like, oh, we don't want the money. Yeah, because you were privileged in the first place. Why were you trying to be streamers? You were privileged in the first place. Why?
For now, you know, I'd love to know your thoughts on this situation, this settlement, and also, I guess,
why
if you
it's
think
okay for a rich person to become a streamer if they have like good content. But these people seem like they already have money and they just want to be Jake Paul. They already have money, but they want to be Jake Paul too. And that seems greedy to me.
More should be coming. What are your thoughts on if a settlement isn't enough accountability or punishment considering the accusations against her? And then, by the time that you're watching this, what's been described as the storm of the century is either about to hit the coast of Florida or it's already too late. Because Hurricane Milton is projected to make landfall late Wednesday night or early Thursday morning, by which time it's expected to have doubled in size. No. With winds, as I'm recording, hitting 160 miles per hour, and forecasters predicting storm surges of between 10 and 15 feet. Though this is by the time that it makes landfall, they say that it'll likely downgrade to a Category 4 with winds of around 130 miles per hour, which, to be clear, is still fucking insane. And that's just the hurricane. You have meteorologists warning that Milton could also bring several tornadoes from scattered thunderstorms that may be triggered across central and southern Florida. And so as of right now, you've got some 50 counties under an official state of emergency, as well as 11 counties home to nearly 6 million people under mandatory evacuation orders, which is why over the past few days, we've seen one of the largest evacuations in the state's history. I mean, you just look out there. It's one side of the interstate completely empty, the other completely clogged up. But this also, as it's impossible to know exactly how many residents have left, and we know from anecdotal accounts that some are hunkering down. Manatee County Jail, for example, which holds around 1,200 inmates in a mandatory evacuation zone, reportedly not evacuated, with them instead stocking up on supplies and sandbags and simply planning to move inmates to the top floor of the 2-story building if it floods. So if they get 15 feet of water, I'm not sure how that's going to work out. Also with this, right, you have people who either won't leave or can't leave because they simply have nowhere to go. Like with residents of certain mobile home parks that were just battered 2 weeks ago by Hurricane Helene. Right, and there you had one disabled veteran telling NBC that he and his wife have been sleeping in their car since Helene wrecked their mobile home, saying right now,
God damn it, I want to start it over. I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention to the last bit at all because I've been under pressure. What was that sound? That was somebody else, like, oh no, that was me? Oh yeah, that was me. Wait, I'm wearing the wrong set because of those stupid dogs. I'm gonna go out to a different area. I always farm this place. I'm gonna go do, like, mushrooms and stuff. In that dark blue area. And I want to put the water in the last slot. Yeah. It would be cool to put the trade skill food in there. heavy, or I don't know what's heavy, right? What's the most heavy thing that I have? It's like those incense. That's like, yeah, it's 25 pounds of incense. There, that helps. Yeah, yeah, that's good. 65 pounds. Ooh. Ooh, nice mangy hide. There's a tier 5 cloth robe, Sage of the Hat. I mean, I frankly don't care about this loot anymore. There's a 699 Void Gauntlet. Oh, because it's my Void Gauntlet. It's been taken out of the set. There we go. There we go. Alright. Oh, I'm going to go... Ugh, Rune Forest thing. I'm not going to do that. I want to go to... Outside... I don't know. Creekwater wasn't too good, but Elysium Wilds is, so... But is there a better place to go? I guess I do want to go to just Elysian Wilds. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's showing, like, where there's red, I think there's mushroom growth. And so I want where the red and the green mix by that Reptilia Concordia. So I'm going to go down there and see if I can get both... Oh, cool. You can pause the game. You can pause the game by just resting when it's nighttime. That is cool. Anyways, split stack. Transfer all type. But I want to add to stacks. Is there a button for add to stacks? Loot all is X, but I'm looking for add to all stacks.
Madam Camely says, -1 in ad.
Oh, that's actually Zen. Yeah, yeah. So, cool. I would like to go out. It's 7 in the morning. Or no, it's 5:30 in the morning, I guess. I got up early. Okay, water and food. Caught a chew off the stove, and I guess I chopped stone. Look, 105. I can even bounce it, I think. What could I do to improve the visuals? Yeah, I think I want to do some other things. This sucks. I know I keep fucking with it. But I do. I want to do some other things. So we have effects on low, reflections, and atmosphere effects. I think I want that on epic, and that's the thing that I do want to buy. And then I also want to drop the resolution scale. Oh, turn off at AMD, turn off NVIDIA Super Resolution. Okay, never mind. I don't want to do that. But I do want to drop the view distance. I don't think it's important, honestly. And the post-processing, ambient occlusion, bloom, depth of field, I want to lower that. And I want to raise the textures to epic. And the texture streaming is good. Limit the V-pool, effects, foliage, and shading of the hair shading. I don't know. Medium on that one. No, he didn't think the shading was good. Tessellation, terrain deformation, volumetric clouds. No, I don't want the volumetric. Skybox quality is normal. Frame generation's on. And I want to do a whole new suite of stuff. Maybe I should try ray tracing just to see how it feels. And now we're going to go out. Maybe I froze it. Oops. I'm trying to go to Creekwater. Listen, Wilds. I thought I was going somewhere, no? Tilia Concordia. No, what I want to do is I want to approach from the cape because I know it's well, no, I guess this is better to approach from because I can get mushrooms on the way. Yeah. Now, you crashed, I guess? You full-blown crashed, so that's okay. We'll just close you. Confirm. Also,
Joe Miskley says,
oops.
can you make legendary bait?
I don't know. Can I pin that to taskbar so I don't have to hunt for it all the time?
Raid says, bleep. Sperm count 2 says, booha.
Okay, so I'm going east. Oh, I guess I should go play a song real quick. Yeah, I think we should do.
Malevidon says, Hive of Gorgon is angry Earth, right?
Oh, shit. That Drake came out of that tree. What the fuck was that? What was that? Fucking Drake came out of that tree. What the fuck was that? What? Fucking... And now I'm in the wrong set to do this with. Look, they buffed fucking life steps so much. If you're actually spec focused.
EMMA365 says, hi.
Oh. Oh. Fuck. Fuck. Come on, man. Ah. Look at that. That is so much money. Both Fungal Flesh and Fire Mote. That is like double the money of Cactus. Fire Motes are really good, especially because they really level your fucking alchemy and shit. I will come here a lot when on the fresh start. Amphibious chameleon. Oh yeah, so I'm in Icarus, right? But I want to go to settings and go see what you're doing down here. RTX, global illumination. Let's just see how well my card can do. Shading, hair shading. What is shading? Let's see if somebody asked. Icarus, what is shading? No. Here's another guy that talks about it, but it's old. It's like really old. I don't care about old. Tip, turn on your shadows, yeah. Yeah, shadows are low. Light shadows are yeah. I don't know. The shadow stuff, I can immediately just game frames by not doing it. Shadows are low. Post-processing. Now he said high on post-processing, and I think he might be right actually. So epic, low. The hair shading. I don't know what that means. Tessellation. I mean, I know what it means, but I'm like, but there's no hair in this game. It's a single player. It's a single player. Oh, when you're in third person. Oh, I see.
Celadonna
Okay,
says, "What's a dude gotta do to get a flail?" Raid says, "Gotta make with the head." Celadonna says, "How far in?"
Like 5, I think. Each quest gives you each weapon in the game.
Armor Penetrator says, "Ex Romulus op air." Celadonna says, "Oh, should be close."
Yeah,
Twink Fanatic says, "At Celadonna you're level 5, just play the game."
No, it's a valid question.
Salus says, "I just completed all 5 signets for the Elysian Wilds, but I can't open the elite chest still. Am I missing something?"
I don't know.
Raid says, "If you can't open the elite chests you didn't get them." Raid says, "Either that or you got them within 24 HRS."
Okay, so over in this area, the Mixamaseat mushroom area turns to, like, look at that nasty Venus flytrap thing. What the fuck is that thing? Is it a trap? Oh god. Yeah, down here the wilds turn into the grass. Right at this giant alligator.
Says, "Some glyphs come from Grimstone Sands." Salus says, when I look at HTE Elysian Wilds journal entry, it has the green completed sign on it, so I definitely got them, and I haven't been able to open Tay chests until now, so haven't gotten them.
Rivercrest.
Salus says, I haven't completed the Brimstone Sands glyphs. Do I have to complete those for Elysian Wilds too?
I think so. I don't know.
Semblanity says, some of them. Raid says, and by signets you mean the symbols in the rocks, right? Salus says, yeah, the green beast lord things.
I'm gonna drown. Oh my god, please let me up. There, see, so right about here we get green lush land. And yeah, I was kind of hoping for like a border right around there, so I guess I kind of do see it. But crossing this wasn't that fun. This area, it's not really dense enough like this is, so I'm going to stick on this side of things. And I'll look for banana trees and such. And we'll just have a glance over here. Like there's a lot
Semblanity
of...
says, the chest that need a glyph matched is shown on the outside in blue.
There's a lot of hyssop here. Like a lot. Look at that. There's a lot of hyssop here.
Cataly says, there's YouTube videos that show where all the signets are located. Salus says, gotcha, okay, so it sounds like I need to complete Brimstone glyphs for the Elysian chests too, though?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe. I had thought that the...
Joe Miskley says, yet. Salus says, okay, well thanks guys, appreciate it. Joe Miskley says, when you find the glyphs in Brimstone it unlocks it permanently.
Oh, I remember that quest now. I was like, I don't remember glyphs at all. There's a lot of hyssop here. Like a lot of it. This is the best spot for hyssop in the world. Eldest Cerecor, there's like lots and lots of, like west of the Cape of Taurus. Okay, we're in Icarus. We're gonna see how these settings run finally, I think, right? Yeah. Oh, no, I have to reset still. But that's all the changes that I wanted to make, I believe. Yes, and, you know, actually, I think he's right about the view distance, probably in terms of, so, okay, yep, exit. There's so much hiss up here. Ooh, bananas. Ooh, Tanner gloves. Nice. So that I want to unlock the additional set. Yeah, just do it. No, I'll ask for
Doomfini
money
says,
if I need
was it
to.
always collecting a team from all over the map for Grimstone? When it drooped, I thought it was just get anecdote. ASAP Cheeseburger says, how do you upgrade artifacts at Take Hills? ASAP Cheeseburger says, tie.
It's dumb. I like his up. Ooh, Tangle Wisp. This is a good place. Ugh, I can't see my mouse all the time. It's so annoying. God, it's never asked me that before. It is getting me killed. God damn it. Ah.
To Distant Lands says, okay, played the Throne and Liberty game, like this one more. Celadonna says, yeah, I played to 40 on TNL. Real money only if you want to use the market LMAO. To Distant Lands says, I grind to level 50. PvP is kinda not good. To Distant Lands says, like magic in range is auto-targeting. To Distant Lands says, mounting. To Distant Lands says, yeah, it's not really dueling like this one. Celadonna says, getting gear is also horrible. To Distant Lands says, yeah, I hit level 50 in a couple of days, got full level 9s. To Distant Lands says, but was like auction is paid. Celadonna says, yeah, RMT auction house was an instant dead stop for me at 40. To Distant Lands says, also tanking is terrible compared to this, but then again all the other games I subsequently tried tanking on are also terrible in comparison. Joe Mystery says, with what?
This was 42 million from what? A hypernet? It is one of those ships sold. So where am I now? I'm getting out of this thing and I'm going back in a Caldari shuttle, and I'm going back out to the next fucking thing or whatever. Yeah, but it's through low sec though. Yeah, but I'm making like all those stops in Sobasek and all that, right? Yeah, asset. Pykura, Illinois, and all that. Yeah, we're all down the line, right? Yep, all the way through Automon and stuff. 7 jumps. It's all within. So I guess what I'll do is I'll go pop all the asset wraps and then figure out what I want to do in what order when they're all open. Because I don't even know what all of it is. Game looks different. Wait, whoa, what happened here? Whoa, what?
My dad Albert says, GGS.
Oh, I know what happened. Okay, exit. I loaded the wrong thing. Oops.
Shiroy Shea says, X tenacity.
Maybe I'll set to that town and just farm here all the time. I don't know. Go around the east side of this because it's annoying. Ooh, look at that. I didn't know this was here. Nice on the south side, yeah. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm getting off in the shuttle.
Autopilot engaged.
I'm gonna turn on this video.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Night or early Thursday morning, by which time
Billie Eilish is done.
it's expected to have doubled in size, with winds, as I'm recording, hitting 160 miles per hour, and forecasters predicting storm surges of between 10 and 15 feet. Though this is by the time that it makes landfall, they say that it'll likely downgrade to a Category 4 with winds of around 130 miles per hour, which, to be clear, is still
130.
fucking insane. And that's just the hurricane.
Approaching
But you have
Stargate.
meteorologists warning that Milton could also bring several
Is
tornadoes
Florida
from
getting
scattered thunderstorms
destroyed?
that may be triggered across central
They
and southern
said it
Florida.
would.
So as of right now, you've
All
got
those
some
climate control people are like, it'll cause storms that'll wreck our coast. They've been saying it for 30 years, and now I think Florida's getting full-blown goddamn destroyed. What if that
Autopilot
happens to, like,
jumping.
California? Oh, my God. What if a big storm comes where I'm at? What if a big... I mean, I'm too far from the ocean, but yeah.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Damn, this place is so rich.
Approaching Stargate.
Like, I have 200 fire motes right now. Like, this zone, they understood what I want, which is, like, lots and
Autopilot
lots of
jumping.
different things all next to each other. You know?
50 counties under an official state of emergency,
50
as well as 11 counties home to nearly 6 million people under mandatory evacuation order, which is why over the past few days, we've seen one of the largest evacuations in the state's history. I mean, you just look out there. It's one side of the interstate completely empty, the other completely clogged up. But this also, as it's impossible to know exactly how many residents have left, and we know from anecdotal accounts that some are hunkering down. Manatee County Jail, for example, which holds around 1,200 inmates in a mandatory evacuation zone, reportedly not evacuated, with them instead stocking up on supplies and sandbags and simply planning to move
Approaching
inmates to the
Stargate.
top floor of the 2-story building if it floods. So if they get 15 feet of water, I'm not sure how that's going to work out. Also with this, right, you have people who either won't leave or can't leave because they simply have nowhere to go. Like with residents of certain mobile home parks that were just battered 2 weeks ago by Hurricane Helene.
Autopilot
Right in there, you had
jumping.
one disabled veteran telling NBC that he and his wife have been sleeping in their car since Helene wrecked their mobile home, saying, right now, I'm homeless and scared to death. I'm worried about getting on my feet. I just want a home. I don't care what kind of home. With them also adding there, along with other tenants, that the trailer park's owner is still making them pay the $750 monthly plot rental fee, even though their homes are now uninhabitable. So this also is the company denied that when asked. Also, in addition to that, there have been a few less sympathetic
If I'm ever upwardsly mobile, ever, which I don't think I ever will, because it would mean being a part of the human race, and that won't happen. But if I'm ever upwardsly mobile, I will start responding to all of these fucking crises, and I'll strap a fucking phone to my fucking forehead with a flashlight and shit, and I will start responding to every single one of these fucking crises for something like 5-6 days. Each time. They're going to be like, nope, I'm drained financially, emotionally, can't be here any longer, terribly sorry, I do this every single time, goodbye, and I'll just leave.
Autopilot jumping.
Because I'm strong enough to do that, but I would like to show up and like actually do something each time something like this happens in this country, but I can't because I've never had more than a goddamn $9,000 a year, or something like that. I don't know if you've ever actually been in the lower class. I think most middle class people think they have, but no, I don't think you've ever been in the fucking lower class. You would understand, like, you know, I can't even afford the goddamn Amtrak down there or whatever. Not the Amtrak, but the, you know, the Greyhound down there and shit. Like, it's always been like that my whole life too. So it's like, but if I'm ever, like, if I ever have any money at all, I will just begin to start responding to these fucking problems. I will buy like a Winnebago, so I don't have to worry about my own home or pay motels or anything like that. I'll buy a fucking very mobile Winnebago with that's not fancy, just has like a bed and a computer in it, basically, a laptop and a bed and a power, you know, a solar power source and a driver's seat that's cheap, you know, that'll get me like one of those smaller one of those smaller camper vans, and like and just take it wherever the fuck I go. Lock the fucking truck up, put the club on it and all that stuff, and don't keep any fucking you know, keep the laptop in the safe, and just lock up the fucking Winnebago and shit, and chain it to the motherfucking curb so they can't even drive it away or whatever. And then I'll just go help them. I'll sit there for like an entire week, probably exactly a week, from Monday morning at 5 a.m. until Monday morning at 5 a.m. again. I will like help them, and then I will leave. Because I can't stand not being able to help fellow Americans while the rest of these shithead rich people sit around on their fucking hands and do nothing. I can't fucking stand it, but I mean, I can't. I can't even afford a plane ticket to Florida. I can't afford that. They've killed us and stole all the goddamn money. I can't afford that. I live off $9,000 a year, you understand? Like, I can't afford a plane ticket to anywhere. You know what I'm saying? I went to Denver this year, and I had to save up for a whole year to do it. You know what I'm saying? And it was still only like a $140 ticket. I had to save up for that. It's fucking stupid, you know? Like, god damn it, man. And like, I don't know, like, so at this point, if I ever like liberate some of the blood money from these do-nothing shithead rich cocksuckers who sit with their bank accounts fucking steaming, like, while these people die, you know? Like, just, you know, sorry, gathering dust and all this, and while these people fucking die. And like, nah, at this point, I would just put my own physical labor and my own fucking money and my own assistance and my own food. And I'll show up with like a pallet in the back of like water and canned food, like, you know, I don't know, just basically vegetables, canned vegetables. So no matter what, starving people can eat, and people can get water. And if they tell me I'm starving to death and I need water, I go to my thing, and I come back with, you know, 3 bottles of water, like 3 big bottles of water, and like, you know, 5 cans of food in a cheap metal can opener. And peanut butter, stuff like that costs like $2, you know? Give them some peanut butter, couple cans of fucking, you know, of like soup and stuff, or whatever you can get for cheap, like dollar cans of soup, and buy in bulk. Yep. Oh, you stole my purple tree. I haven't seen anybody in goddamn 5 hours, but when I come to fucking chop the purple tree, you're standing on it. Well, at least somebody else is out here too, you know? Whatever. They build these beautiful fucking places that nobody comes to visit. It's so weird. But I like that it's quiet, you know. I get to chop trees without being harassed or whatever.
Pathetic individuals who totally could have left and definitely should have, but strangely haven't. Like, for example, Caroline Calloway, who's been dubbed the world's worst influencer. Though that...
I hope that I didn't kill my save just now. I could have killed my save just now. And I hope I didn't. Because I accidentally, like, put the... Yeah, what happened to Icarus? Like, is this even gonna load?
Glass says, QOPR. To Distant Lens says, there were some things they did well. I like the non-instances dungeons that go from PvE during day and PvP during night.
I think I'm getting glitches immediately with the fucking RTX, so I'm just gonna get it off. so... Oh, frame generation got turned off for some reason. Am I being pushed?
For reasons outside of this, right? Reportedly, she defrauded hundreds of fans out of creative workshops that never happened, spent a 6-figure advance for a book deal that never materialized, and sold her own skincare line named Snake Oil. But now, it appears that she's staying put, even though she lives on the water in a mandatory evacuation zone and flatly stating on Instagram, "I'm going to die."
It's Zone A, mandatory evacuation. Listen, I didn't evacuate. I can't drive, first of all. Second of all, the airport is closed. Third of all, the last time I evacuated for a hurricane, I went to my mom's house in Northport. Her whole street flooded, and we were evacuated after 3 days without power and food or running water by the U.S. military. It was very traumatic.
But regardless, the next 24 hours are going to be horrifying. It is very expected that a number of people are going to die from this. Right now, if you're in the danger zone, you're pretty much on your own, with officials saying they're not coming for you until the storm's over. And actually, speaking of which, Governor DeSantis has hundreds of search and rescue personnel are ready to jump into action as soon as Milton passes. Also, if you feel compelled to help, you can donate.
No, we need our response, people. I don't want them going in that hot zone. I support their push on that. I know it sounds like they're abandoning people who are stubborn or whatever, but no, I support their push on them. We need our first responders. We will not send them up into the eye of the storm like the veritable fucking Sharknado. We will not do that. No. Okay, so good. We're getting 90, 110. Yeah, everything's kind of like rendering and everything. Yeah, this is it. This is the settings. I don't think I'm going to change them. It's good. It took me a while to get there, but yeah, this is it. And I don't think I need RTX at all. Okay, so what time is it? It is 6 in the morning, so good. We can just get about banging on a fucking rock, I guess. Yeah, play the video. Can I get you to go to tab and
to a number of chairs?
Yes, I want you to reload.
Regardless, the next 24 hours are going to be horrifying.
Yeah.
It is very...
It's because it's something that YouTube does where I can't get the button to work. It's so annoying. I need the button to work. There we go.
Expected that a number of people are going to die from this. Right now, if you're in the danger zone, you're pretty much on your own, with officials saying they're not coming for you until the storm's over. And actually, speaking of which, Governor DeSantis has hundreds of search and rescue personnel are ready to jump into action as soon as Milton passes. Also, if you feel compelled to help, you can donate to a number of charities. But this, also as the National Center for Disaster Fraud is warning people to watch out for scammers posing as charities for these hurricanes. So if you're thinking about it, just remember these things. Ignore unsolicited communications, don't click on links from unknown sources, and be suspicious of anyone using high-pressure tactics to get you.
You know what I think of? I think of, oh, am I full? No, yeah, wow, yeah, I am full. Well, I think of when I think of this, I think of, an amphibious vehicle could do so well in a climate like this. A truly amphibious vehicle that cannot drown, that's got a little bit of storage on it, could do so well in a situation like this. And Florida's fucking full of them. Those fan boats and stuff, you know? Florida's full of stuff like that. This is a terrible situation. Yep, just keep going, all of you. Oh, good. It's like somehow understanding that I don't want it to, that is right. Those are all full season. Those are flare arrows. I'll put them away. I guess I've got enough material now. I'll just start making bone arrows and stuff. I think 60 arrows is enough for like most things that I would do. Fish chunks. I guess I could cook. Yeah, we could toss those on the stove. I guess. What time is it? It's like, oh, it's 7 now. Is the sun setting or rising? I can't tell. Maybe it's sunset. Yeah, I think I'll go hit stone. Look, it's a nice calm day for a while. And the days are long. They're like long. They're like an hour. So like I have like 3 hours without like any problem for a while, I think. Or no, I'm sorry. It's like 1 hour. It's like 1 hour and 10 minutes, something like that, which is good.
To donate. And also always donate directly to an organization rather than through some intermediary, and go directly to their website rather than clicking through links. But yeah, with all that said, for now we're gonna have to wait to see what the next 24 hours has in store for Florida. And to you and yours that are gonna be impacted by this, you are in our thoughts. Good luck. Be safe. And then this man lied, abused his position of power, got an innocent couple killed, and y'all, that is just the beginning. Right? This is Gerald Goins, and he spent more than 3 decades working as a Houston police officer. But now he's been sentenced to 60 years in prison for the 2019 deaths of Dennis Tuttle and Regina Nicholas. But you see, back in 2019, Dennis and Regina were shot along with their dog while officers were executing a no-knock warrant, with court documents saying that Regina was shot multiple times and Dennis returned fire before he was also shot multiple times.
Okay, so we gotta perform an experiment here. I don't know, maybe I'll put that up there, I guess. Gotta perform an experiment here. Now I'm gonna log out and see what happens to this stone, because I think they reset all of the whatever these are called. Oh shit. Yep.
With this, 4 officers, including Goins, were injured in the shootout, and the couple was pronounced dead at the scene. But with all this, according to prosecutors, this raid should have never happened. Because in order to actually get the warrant that resulted in the deaths of Regina and Dennis, prosecutors say that Goins falsely claimed that a confidential informant bought heroin from the couple's house, which Goins did admit to. And 2 witnesses, right, another officer and the judge who signed the warrant, also said that if Goins had told them the truth, the raid would have never happened. Though it was also noted that a small amount of weed and cocaine was found in the house. But the big thing that we're talking about today is this was just the final example in a pattern of wrongful drug arrests and convictions of innocent people during Goins' career, with a probe into this botched raid blowing the cover off of a serious corruption scandal within Houston PD's narcotics unit, and with Goins specifically. An audit of the narcotics unit found that often officers weren't thorough in their investigations and lacked supervision. They also made hundreds of errors in their cases, which led to a review of thousands of their cases, resulting in prosecutors dismissing a bunch of them. Goins' cases specifically had extensive issues, including failures to properly tag drugs and discrepancies with expenses. And according to the National Registry of Exonerations, 27 people who faced drug convictions in cases that Goins worked on were exonerated once his misconduct was revealed. And this is dozens of pending cases that he worked on were also dismissed following a review by the Harris County District Attorney's Office, with DA Kim Ogg saying, "Gerald Goins has been a stain on the reputation of every honest cop in our community, a community that he terrorized through corruption worthy of the movie Training Day." And in his sentencing, prosecutors asked for a life sentence, while Goins' attorneys asked for a minimum sentence of 5 years, with them arguing that he dedicated his life to keeping drugs off the streets and saying, "We still don't believe legally that he is guilty of the crime of felony murder, and we look forward to having the appellate courts review this." But notably, this is not the only case Goins is facing, right? He's also facing federal charges surrounding the botched drug raid involving violating constitutional rights, obstructing justice by falsifying records, and 3 counts of obstructing an official proceeding. And this is the Tuttle family has also filed a lawsuit in federal court against the city of Houston, as well as the officers involved in the raid, including Goins, with Ryan Tuttle, Dennis's son, saying that he hopes that this case will spur police reform across the country.
And if it's happening in Houston, it's happening everywhere. We have to set a precedence. We have to make sure this stops.
But then, in some quick celeb drama online
Let's see what my
conversation
thing
news, we have Billie Eilish out there wishing we knew a little less about her. And it's got a number of people divided. You see, she just did this recent profile for Vogue where specifically she talked about her sexuality. In some of her more recent music, Billie has sung more about her sexuality, about liking girls, and
Oh, she's a lesbian. How cute.
all of this kind of following her accidentally coming out during an interview with Variety, and when that
She's bi. I bet she's just full pansexual. What's wrong with that? Nothing.
outlet followed up on that, she felt like they were outing her on the red carpet. So it was an immediately rocky start to discussing this part of her life publicly, and she just told Vogue that, quote, "I wish no one knew anything about my sexuality or anything about my..."
Yeah, me too. It's nobody's business but yours, babe. It's nobody's business but yours.
Dating life ever, and I hope that they never will again. And I'm never talking about my sexuality ever again, and I'm never talking about who I'm dating ever again. And this, you know, spawning some discussion and debate. Something that if she's gonna be singing about girls, people are gonna know. And if it's in her art, there's no way around people knowing. But this, as others argued, there's a huge difference between singing about your sexuality in a fun way and having to go into detail about it in interviews, on social media, revealing your privacy to strangers. With some noting that in Billie's case, the internet has not always been friendly to her on this topic. Right, some saying when she showed her interest in women, she was called a queer baiter. When she came out, y'all invalidated her feelings because she didn't have much experience with women. When she sings about her attraction for women, y'all call her predatory. I don't blame her at all. What fucking more do you want from this girl? As well as y'all have a discourse about this woman's sexuality every year on this app, and you have the guts to get mad when she's fucking tired of it. And because that discourse has been so loud, it's not a surprise that elsewhere in the interview, Billie revealed that she's deleted all social media apps from her phone, adding that she feels like she's found a really good mixture of balancing her private life and public personal life by making sure I feel like myself and I'm not only being satisfied by the external validation. Because for a while she said she only cared what others thought, and quote, "If I was happy in my life, it was because people loved me on the internet. And if I was upset in my life, it was usually because people didn't." And so now, while she's not necessarily fully online, she feels like she's removed herself from some of the toxicity. Which I will say, as someone that gets a fraction of 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 her attention, it really does feel like over the long term, the only way to maintain sanity is to pull away from social media, because there's no way you can ever actually control what people are going to say or think. Right? And all of that just makes me think of that classic saying, you can't control what people do, you can only control how you respond to it. And sometimes the best response is to just leave. Though of course that becomes harder when the thing you're talking about is social media and that pays your bills. It's why over a long enough period of time, anyone in any sort of spotlight has a love-hate relationship with it. Then, to take a break from the news for a second, you know, how many of you kicked off 2024 by promising to finally turn that passion project into profit, right? Launch a business or a profitable side hustle, right? Whether big or small. Like for me, it was small. I've been wanting to launch my book club for months now, but that procrastination that I was dealing through, that recently ended thanks to my friends over at Squarespace, right? I mean, in less than an hour, the DeFranco Book Club was born. And it's all so easy because Squarespace has the tools that you need to create and just showcase things or sell content, courses and products, physical and digital, all online. You just simply upload and customize your content with a powerful Fluid Engine editor and add a paywall and set the price, or do whatever you want to do. Right? It feels limitless. You can charge a one-time fee, sell subscriptions, and if you need a starting point, they've got a ton of stunning professional templates with drag and drop editing that makes site design incredibly simple. There's no coding required. Right? And with Squarespace having been a trusted partner and sponsor of the PDS for years, I can honestly say it is a breeze. And I mean, we use them for a number of things. We leverage Squarespace for our very own daily newsletter, the Daily Dip, where over 50,000 of you beautiful bastards keep up with our coverage in your inboxes. There's also giveaways, and also now you can get the PDS show notes with sources over there. But the main thing, right? Kickstart your own digital space today with a free trial at squarespace.com/Phil, or scan the QR code on the screen. And hey, don't forget to use code Phil for 10% off when you're ready to launch. That's squarespace.com/Phil. And then, y'all, New York City's government is in shambles right now as the administration of the embattled Mayor Eric Adams is just falling apart. But I mean, ever since he was formally indicted by the feds on various corruption charges, there's been a wave of resignation. We're talking in total, as of recording, 7 major figures of the
2 in a row, baby. Yeah, I just made 50 million in 10 seconds or something like that. Look at that. I've really, like, man, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Fuck yeah. It's a badass ship. Look, I fucking love the Raptor. It looks fucking dope. I might fly one. I might keep this one, actually. It's an Interceptor. Might be an interesting ship. I got it for fucking 8 mil or something like that. I should just take it to Faction Warfare. Who the fuck cares? Fit it and take it to Faction Warfare. See what I can do with it. It looks fucking sweet. Yeah, definitely. Ultra quality, ultra low.
Warp drive active.
What happens if I... yeah, what happens if I... happens if I turn it all the way high again? I want you to turn it all the way for quality again. Yep.
Approaching station.
Except for the depth of field. And I want you to show me this ship again. See, this is something... Yeah, something... This is the level of detail that I want. But there's stuff in here that I don't think I need. Like that... See, yeah, the ship still looks like the ship.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
The ship still looks like the ship.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint
Hunkai says,
reached.
sperms.
The ship still looks like the ship. All the rest of that I would like to keep, but they don't need to be this high. Like, the anti-aliasing could be lower. And I think the post-processing could be medium, but all the rest of it I believe should stay. Yeah. What's the frames? It's sitting pretty, 120, but I'm in a station away from Jita and stuff like that, yeah. But, yeah, we'll go in. Yeah, I wonder, yeah, so that, like that, yeah, like, because I would prefer to be able to see the ship really well when I'm winning them as I gamble. Like this Retribution, I'm going to roll on a second Retribution here. Let's see if I win. I want to lock this. Can I lock it? Yeah, lock window size and position, please. Or I don't know. Wait, I can make that bigger, can I? Yeah, wait, make this bigger? Yeah, make this bigger. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, all I really need is like that. Yeah, like that. Yeah, so that's good. And then, so come over here. Right? Yeah, and then we'll lock the we'll lock the info, lock window size and position, yeah. And we'll go blur, 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 yep. And then we go blur. Yep. And I almost I'd like, I don't know, I like being able to drag the window around though, like as I'm doing things and stuff, but there's the Retribution, I didn't win. 3 more sinks. I want to get through them. Interdictor Saber. Didn't get it. Tyrannus. Tyrannus is an interceptor. Looks dope. One less sink. And then I get to go back to the market and gamble again. This is a vengeance.
Ray Coggy says, game not dead. LOL.
the city's government, with the most recent now being First Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright yesterday. And that's huge because Wright has been a longtime ally of Adams. So, I mean, her resignation really shows just how little faith many people have in his continued leadership. Also, her exit coincides with that of her husband, School Chancellor David C. Banks, and her brother-in-law, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, Philip B. Banks III. Also, no, it is definitely not suspect that so many people related to each other have high-ranking positions in the city government. Not at all. But also, with this situation worth mentioning, others were seemingly forced to resign. Like, for example, former Chief Liaison to Muslim New Yorkers Mohammed Bahi, because he actually got arrested and charged with federal witness tampering as well as destruction of evidence in connection with Adams's indictment last month, with one of the ways he allegedly messed with witnesses being by ordering them to lie to federal agents. And on top of that, he's allegedly the guy who made the scheme that a construction company used to funnel money to Adams through straw donations done by employees. But then also there were those that were just fired, like Rana Abbasova, and she specifically was a longtime staffer who's believed to have been instrumental in helping Adams get illegal donations and luxury travel upgrades. However, she's also among the first first that investigators looked at and it's believed that she's actually working with them now. But then also of the few that do remain, they don't seem any less suspect, right? Like Chief Advisor Ingrid Lewis Martin, who recently had her phone seized and her home searched by investigators. And then I think I'm gonna kind of leave this part here because I think we're gonna be here all day if we go over every single person charged in connection with this and why. So instead, here is just a helpful graph that the New York Times has made.
Nice, I won the vengeance. So here's Elenaya. Let's see. Oh, hey, cool. Here's a whole bunch of compressed ice, I guess. Yeah, confirm.
Exile Port says,
This
anyone want to join for a soul trial?
is
Woodgrove Acres says, source.
20 mil. It's like 20 mil worth of ice, I guess. It's unfortunate that it's not compressed. It's good to know. So next we go to Pioch. And I wonder if I can, like...
Thurable says, this girl is on fire up in here, I'm in the spot, I'm on fiery.
Is there a way to do show info? Show info. Yeah, it's T. T. Oh, yeah? Okay. I didn't know that. No, T isn't working. Show info is not working. Oh, that's in combat, is it? Yeah, but I'm looking in general. No, you can't just... well, I don't know. Like, the Windows should have a show info, but it doesn't. That's okay. It's alright. Maybe I should read all this sometime, because it's like, I wonder what all I would use. Access lists, activity tracker, air career, calculator, calendar, character customization, character sheet. There's a character customization. Chat channels, clone bay, close active window, close all windows, compare tool, contacts, contracts, control tower manager, corporation, daily login campaigns, which reminds me. Yeah, take that and that and that. That, yep, seems good. Fire it off. More skins to HyperNet. I'll have to do that when I get back. Good. We're done this one. We go back out again. Yeah, maybe I'll start doing a little bit more of a uniform screen. I like it being at the top of my screen, but it's actually probably better on the top right because I probably drag it less, honestly. Wait, no, what happened here? No, I want it to be in... Oh, I have a Tristan here. So I'll take the Tristan with me, I guess. And in the Tristan, I'll put compressed white glaze. Yeah. And I want this screen to be a little lower. Yeah, I want you to unlock and come down a little bit. Yeah, come down like a little bit. And lock. Yeah, and then I want you to come over here. Wait, is that locked? Yes, it is. And then I want you to come over here.
Also with this whole situation, another thing that a lot of people are keeping an eye on right now is what Governor Kathy Hochul's gonna do. Right, and that because she has the power to sack Adams, but she hasn't. Instead, she told him late last month to clean up his house, and many of these resignations might be related to that. But really, other than that, she's been quiet about their conversations, saying, I've talked to the mayor about what my expectations are, and I don't give out details of private conversations. And in line with this, Adams has appointed Maria Torres Springer as first deputy mayor to replace Wright. And unlike most of his senior officials in the past, Torres Springer actually has a long history of working in government and was even praised by her former boss under the Bloomberg administration, who said, there is no one more qualified to be first deputy mayor than Maria Torres Springer. She has a wealth of experience, creativity, and the ability to manage large groups of city employees. She is decisive and communicates clearly. But then finally, for now, perhaps one of the craziest things with all this, Adams is currently saying that he still plans to run again. So this is definitely one to keep an eye on in the coming weeks and months for us. But then, unfortunately, we have to talk about how some people still to this day have a hard time wrapping their head around the idea that ingesting toxic metal is bad for you. And I say that because this week, the EPA finalized a rule requiring water utilities to replace all lead pipes within a decade. It'll also establish a national inventory of lead service lines and require that utilities take more aggressive action to remove lead pipes even on homeowners' private property. It also lowers the level of lead contamination that'll trigger government enforcement. Finally, it puts in place the first ever national requirement to test for lead in schools that rely on water from public utilities. So while all of that may sound uncontroversial, it has been consistently challenged ever since Biden's EPA started talking about doing this. For example, you had 15 Republican state attorneys general writing to the agency claiming, among other things, that the benefits of removing lead pipes, quote, may be entirely speculative. Though also, you did have 14 Democratic AGs writing to the EPA expressing concern that fewer lead service line replacements would be occurring in low-income communities. But in any case, right, with that and with this latest news, we need to be clear, right? The benefits, they are not speculative, right? This is all happening 40 years after Congress determined that lead pipes posed a serious risk to public health and banned them in new construction. Though, despite that, it's estimated that more than 9 million homes across the country are still supplied by lead pipelines, which are the leading source of lead contamination through drinking water. And no amount of lead is considered safe to consume. When kids drink lead-contaminated water, it can cause irreversible developmental delays.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Crow says, anyone want to help with Toymaker?
Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Zemblanity says, Zemblanity's ice skates around gracefully.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
To Distant Lens says, I'm bored? Sure. Theron FE says, how much do meta builds matter for endgame PvE content? Rabbit Whisperer says, only matters for mutations. To Distant Lens says, artifacts matter but they are easy to grab in M1S. Rabbit Whisperer says, PvP is Sweat City though. Idet Albert says, not much, it might be slightly harder but it isn't impossible if you just try a bit more. Deado in my mouth says, for PvE not much really unless you are trying to break speedrun records. Idet Albert says. The Holy Knight says, hopefully there is a roadmap addressing more content. The Holy Knight says, even something as simple as new op-air maps, arenas, and more open world stuff. To Distant Lens says, I mean for PvE some of the artifacts like stun thing is greater. Holy Knight says, is med no longer the meta for dungeons? To Distant Land says, lost stopwatch void dark blade example. Deado in my mouth says, nope. The Holy Knight says, I always ran light anyway.
I think part of this is I could turn this down. I think high is too high. I need to keep it in low. And I need to maybe relog it. Yeah, and like stop hogging, because yeah. Okay, Piak. Oh, there's a shuttle here. Damn it, that wasn't any good.
To Distant Land says, stopwatch increases stun BYT 1 second.
Okay, we're going back out again. One more.
To Distant Land says, so you can bonk the bleep out of mobs and players. Crowigna says, anyone else want to help Toymaker? Deado in my mouth says, better to go crazy with the bleed slash dots and rend. To Distant Land says, I'm a tank though.
Oh, come on. I was trying to type, man. I cleared all the mobs. Come on, man. You and your fucking pop aggro cocksucker Link. Fuck you and your fucking incompetence. Trying to type for 5 seconds. You got some mob up my ass. I know there was no
The Holy Knight says,
mobs.
yeah. The Holy Knight says, 1 armor, 1 weapon, 1 jewelry. To Distant Land says, I thought it's just 1 artifact per group. You can do 2 now? The Holy Knight says, no Sky asked for neck and armor at the same time.
Yeah, like...
To Distant Land says, stop is M1 level 45 dungeon, not open this week. To Distant Land says, depths.
I didn't know you could do this anymore.
To Distant Land says, forward roll. Distant Lens says, Hank Blood Drinker. Cadola says, anyone bored and want to help my kill LVL 63s in an elite area dot.
Love this server. Don't aggro. God damn, you can just wander around. There's so much loot all over the place. Yeah.
Autopilot engaged.
Okay, we will resume and see how we're doing here.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
To Distant Lens says, I love tanking on this game because it's fun to have bosses crushing your shield and you're in between life and death with your Stambart.
Approaching Stargate.
Yeah.
Uncle Gary
Autopilot
says,
jumping.
Bar Simpin.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
This is where I died last time, damn it.
To Distant Lens says, LOL.
Ugh. No.
Approaching station.
God damn it, let me do something! God damn it, let me do something! You're fucking so annoying, man. Your interrupts are so annoying.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Incoming rainstorm.
Autopilot disabled.
Damn it.
Waypoint reached.
I'm gonna
To Distant
chop
Lens says,
stone
Crow the area
until I have
spawns
to go
relatively quickly.
inside.
Crow Ignis says, oh.
Oh,
Proteus
I
says,
understand it a bit better now. It's like, I don't really understand the bars that much, but I do now. I do now. I see. So we're... Oh yeah, there's always like 2 life bloom right here, huh? Or whatever it is, yeah, Earthspine. There's those flowers out there. Look, somebody killed the vines. But they didn't take the plants, I guess? Oh no, they just hadn't popped up yet. Yeah, I got it too, though. I got it. Oh, nice. It's worth it, though. It's worth it. Give up. I don't know, sure. I will work in the rain, and I will patch the roof. So, by the way, look, my theory was correct. If you log out before the stone is busted... You don't ever have to travel anywhere to get stone. You can just bust this rock, run inside, log, and when you come back in, this rock's back up. And that makes it so you never, ever have to go anywhere for stone. You never have to travel, anything like that. And that's actually fucking such a good little tip. I could do a video about it, probably. If I cared to do shorts, one day I just want to have them, like, I just want to have an editor sitting there that's like, oh, you want to do a video about something and make some money? Okay, yeah, sure, I'll just hit a few buttons here, hold on, and then I'll be like, okay, hey guys, check this out, do this video. Are you guys ready to do the video, right? Hey, check this out. So in Icarus, if you break this rock, obviously it's got a big help bar there, so you can probably break it for a long time, but then if you log out to character select, you can hit this rock again. Never travel for stone outside of the first 5 feet of your base, and always build by a couple of really big rocks, so that you can just go out, hit the rocks, and go away. Okay, now I'm hit with exposure, and I've got to go inside, and plus I'm like totally full of rocks. I'm out of stam, and I've got to get inside, and I've got to put the wall down. What do you mean?
To Distant Lands says, anyway rethrown in Liberty, also the blocking mechanic is a joke, because you get a big circle that tells you when to block. To Distant Lands says, whereas this game is like GLLMAO get wrecked. Cat says, no like throne.
Like Genshin. Great game because it's free.
Cat says, fair enough P2W Koku. The Holy Knight says, throne is fun. Cat says, it is though. The Holy Knight says, not nearly as P2W as people claim it is lol. The Holy Knight says, I don't think people really play just parrot stuff. Cat says, is a lot in PvP though. To Distant Lands says, I hit level 50 as tank already on it. To Distant Land says, once human was very, very good.
That's the attitude they want to. Is storm over? Yeah, storm's over. So, I don't know if the rain, like... I guess the rain only decays the top of the house, which is good. Winds hurt the sides of it, and that's a cool system. I wish I'd give you XP for repairing, because... Why? Like, why? Your repairing is so annoying.
To Distant Land says, Echolithic at BTW I also did all dungeons, cancer, plus the full 20 floors in the hardcore of the week. I just like it when tanking feels like you're getting hit hard. Golita Cat says, yeah, I've done all the ones except for 2. Golita Cat says, it's a great game besides the pay aspects tbh. To Distant Lands says, crafting is a mess. Chromex says, we need more M3 tanks, smiley face. To Distant Lands says, oh god please no M3 tanking, happy to do M1 it's been too long since I did M3. Golita Cat says, bit hard to get things. Idad Albert says, I don't care for every class being a druid basically. Golita Cat says, and then we can't constantly do dungeons. Doomfini says, GN. Golita Cat says, and the RNG sucks. To Distant Lands says, yeah, the health riggin is crazy. Smooth Jack says, LOL. Smooth Jack says, Everfall.
I'm just sitting here, oops, running the timer for another storm again, doing nothing. The game is fairly demanding in that respect. This was in May. Can't find. Well, okay, I guess I'll just have to deal with it. It's annoying. I really wish they'd fix this.
learning difficulties, and behavioral problems. And then in adults, it can also lead to increased blood pressure, heart disease, decreased kidney function, and even cancer. And so with all that, the EPA estimates that when this new rule is fully implemented, it'll protect up to 900,000 infants from having low birth weight, which comes with all sorts of potential issues, and prevent up to 200,000 IQ points lost in children. And with all that said, of course, it's not going to be easy or cheap. The EPA has projected that replacing all of them could cost at least $45 billion. So this also, as the American Water Works Association and the Association of Metropolitan Water Agencies have estimated that the effort will cost twice as much as that. But this, as we have the question of, well, what is the cost of doing nothing? Right, and actually with that, one of those groups, the American Water Works Association, they actually threw a wrench in EPA efforts to deal with this issue with a lawsuit back in 1991, that leading to a rule that critics have said has been ineffective. And of course, since then, people across the country, especially in low-income communities and communities of color, they have continued dealing with the consequences. So much so that according to a 2023 analysis by researchers at Harvard, the benefit of replacing lead pipes outweighs the cost by a ratio of 35-1. And this is also, it's not like we don't have any money for this. Right? That bipartisan infrastructure law that Biden signed back in November of 2021, it already dedicated $15 billion towards lead service line replacement. And it's not something he's forgotten about. Biden spoke on this issue in Wisconsin this week. In fact, at one point, going after the state's Republican Senator Ron Johnson for previously criticizing the infrastructure law as a radical agenda.
I'm going to restrain my Irish side here. I don't think there's a damn thing radical about protecting kids from lead poisoning.
But for now, that is where we are, and it's going to be very interesting to see where all this goes. Because there are very real challenges ahead of tackling this issue, more discussion needs to be had in order to do this effectively. But the one definite thing is it does seem like something actually needs to be done. Infrastructure is never a sexy topic. It's usually an afterthought, and then when something breaks or someone gets sick, people are like, I can't believe this happened. But people have been having the important and boring conversations and asking to fix these things. Then, you know, everyone talks about big tech, big pharma, big banks, but what about big beef? And I'm not talking about the kind that YouTubers and rappers love to have with one another. No, instead, we've got to talk about the alleged conspiracy among meat packers to maintain oligopolistic control over the beef market. Or because for decades after government trustbusters broke up the beef industry back in the 1920s, the top 4 companies reportedly only controlled about 25% of the market. But after President Reagan deregulated the economy back in the 1980s, mergers and acquisitions have since put nearly the entire beef industry, some 85% of it, into the hands of those 4 companies. Or we're talking about Tyson Foods, Cargill, JBS, and National Beef. And the effect of that corporate concentration is twofold. Right, first, on one end, they squeeze sellers, so cattle ranchers and farmers get paid less for their livestock. And then on the other end, they squeeze buyers, so beef consumers get charged more for the product. Now, all of that brings us to the recent news that McDonald's, a company that we usually think of as the bad guy, now claiming to...
So, oh, goddamn, I've been just like running storms and starving to death and all that. Oh, my oxygen is out, is it? Yeah, I gotta switch out the bottle. Okay, dead bottle. Gotta get food. Gotta get water. I don't know about food, however. Over to here. It's where there's room.
Nimbus the Old says, the game will be better and full of players for years, of course.
So
Joe Miskley says, when do secret fishing spots reset?
Food.
Joe Miskley says, 1 time per day.
Oh, I have that stuff too, which is kind of annoying. That's alright. Oh,
Smooth Jack says, you guys missed some tunes from Smooth?
Just kill some fish, or whatever, yeah. These are bone arrows, but I don't think that really matters.
Gadola says, not sure how long, but it's when fish start jumping again. Nimbus the Old says, oh, I need to swap to world.
Need to kill like 5
Smooth Jack says, LOL. Smooth Jack says, why do you think I am running around crazy, LOL?
I love the fish. It's a good touch.
Nimbus the Old says, cause you crazy XD. Smooth Jack says, smiley face. Smooth Jack says, I gotta say I miss this bleep. To Distant Land says,
there we go, full food. Well, that heals you, and I didn't know that. Okay, now I will log. So I can do things. Okay, where am I now? I've got asset deliveries and Surama. Oh, it's my APOC! Look, this is like half a bill. It was like, I had like a bill lying around. It's sweet. My APOC. Hells yeah. So, okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to drag that back to Shiphanger. My APOC. Yay. Nice, yeah. Get in the APOC. Board ship. And in the frigate escape bay, we have a... Oh, man, we have a hawk and everything. Yeah, the APOC is fucking sweet. Frigate escape bay. That's funny. But it's a large clan ship. I'm not gonna fly it. It's a shame. It's funny, but I do have another hawk in there too. I have another hawk, but the hawk is good. Hawk's really good. So they say that this thing, YouTube game bar overlay.
Memphis the Old says, have to kill things in GT. Tongue sticking out.
YouTube game bar overlay. You press Win G.
Smooth Jack says, smiley face.
This should hopefully do what I need. Then I can go Win G. Welcome to Game Bar. Find utilities and tools for gaming enhancement, screen recording, device performance, and more. Discover this to unleash your gaming experience. Game Bar Compact Mode has arrived. Compact Mode provides easy access to Game Bar utilities for controllers, allowing to quickly switch between recently played games and install launchers. Turn on Compact Mode. Turn on Compact Mode. Oh, no, I don't want to turn on Compact Mode. Don't show this message again. I don't. Okay, so widgets and shortcuts, and there's the YouTube game bar. Search or paste your video live link here. Okay, and then this goes to new world, but yeah, but wait, Win G pin. So then I guess I could run that actually. So Win G, we want to unpin. We want to come over, yeah, up there. Yeah, like that. And then I want you to be bigger, like really big. Yeah, like that. Or yeah, so settings, red, white, save.
Smooth Jack says, good night everybody. See you on the 15th.
Widget to take effect. Win G. Mail and love in settings. Okay, back, and what's this now? Playback history. There's nothing here that media will be shown here. Clear history. Change log. Okay, well, I don't mind posting a thing in here, but I do need you to pin. Yeah, G. But okay, so turning it off is kind of annoying. But so I can go to this and I can take this. I can come here and I can say dir.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip
Distant
Franco
Land
Show.
says,
You
peace.
daily dive into the news. We have a lot to talk about today, but first, I've got two great quick announcements. The first being that if you want to try some of that fantastic...
Now, it's out of sync.
talk about today. But first, I've got two great quick announcements. The first being that if you want to try some of that fantastic coffee we have over at wakeandmake.com that thousands of beautiful bastards like yourself are enjoying every month, right now you can snag our flagship light, medium, and dark roast, or even all three for up to 50% off your first purchase. And secondly, this is now day one of month 2 of our International Coffee Club, where you buy a subscription and every month you get a new coffee from a new place, so you're always trying something new. This month, batch 002 is a single origin from El Salvador. It's a medium roast. And the big thing with this club is you gotta get in while you can, because we're only opening 50 new spots every month. So yeah, whether you're adventurous and you want to join the club, or you want to just enjoy one of those fantastic staples, go to wakeandmake.com and get what you want while you can. But like I said, we have a lot of news to talk about today, so let's just jump into it.
This is a news show.
Oh my God. Piper Raquel's mom has reportedly settled the massive $22 million abuse lawsuit that was filed against her. And while the terms and the amount settled were not immediately made clear, this is huge, right? Because to give you background, Piper Raquel is a 17-year-old YouTuber, and her mother, Tiffany, was sued back in lines and required that utilities take more. Read of a high-ranking UN official left thousands of people waiting for homes that have never been built. Because this news centers around a guy by the name of Vitaly Bonshelbul, right? And that because he was second in command at the UN Office for Project Services, or UNOPS, which if you've never heard of is completely under.
Well, it's cool, but it sucks. No, it's not good. It's too annoying to use, and we're going to fix it now. Unpin, close. But it's good to know that it's there, you know, fine by me. But this is nowhere near as good as YouTube's Google's, maybe I can look for picture-in-picture PIP mode is a Chrome extension. PIP view for Google Chrome by Softonic. How to set up Google picture mode. Guess we set up for even on. Oh, yeah, you can do that? I didn't know you could do that. Oh, you can't. You can't do that. Oh, wait, yes, you can. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Okay, cool. Well, but yeah, see, so, yeah, like, so how do I get it to give me... Oh, I have to...
Savior L says, damn, this game finally got good. Does no one play anymore? Savior L says, oh, it's coming to console? Godolus says, depends on time of day too. Woodgrove Acres says, vastly over projected number. Woodgrove Acres says, but we can only hope. Savior L says, sick. Uncle Barry says. Uncle Barry says, how good was Angry Earth DLC? I had a 60 chart but hadn't played since before that.
Warp drive active.
to actually be a victim, with it now suing the Big Four in federal court and accusing them
Volume
of
Plus says,
violating
"Is
the
it worth to
Sherman
stop everything I'm doing
Antitrust
just to
Act by
focus on increasing my
artificially
faction level to
limiting
get to better
supply."
gear
And in their
LVL 60?
complaint,
Or
McDonald's
just keep
alleges
questing
that
until
the
I'm 65.
so-called conspiracy
Distant Land
became
says,
visible
TBH,
around
what sells is that you only
2015,
have
with them
3 abilities,
explaining
which
that
makes it easy on
before
the
then, the
controller.
price per 100 pounds of cattle had historically stayed within $20 to $40 of the price per 100 pounds of wholesale beef. But since then, those two prices
Savior L
have
says, "Is the
diverged,
map
so
supposed to
by
be buggy like this?
2021, the
Low
difference has
FPS only in
ballooned
map."
to $156, which means retailers have to pay a lot more, and that's ultimately reflected in their menu prices. And so according to the chain's president, from 2019 to 2024, the average price of a McDonald's menu item rose 40%. Though of course, with all of this, the price of beef, it's only one factor, right? I mean, tons of different things caused inflation during the pandemic. But also a big key thing is that McDonald's isn't alone here, right? Target, BJ's, Gordon Food Service, and Glacier Foods also filed antitrust suits against the Big Four meat packers back in December, with JBS in particular settling a class action suit for $52 million in 2022. And all of this is the beef industry has caught the attention of federal officials and lawmakers in recent years as well, right? In 2020, the Justice Department reportedly sent subpoenas to the Big Four as part of an antitrust probe. And the year after that, nearly 30 Congress members sent the DOJ a very strongly worded letter, suggesting that it was time for the government to, quote, determine whether the stranglehold large meat packers have over the beef processing market violate our antitrust laws and principles of fair competition. So right now, I mean, who knows? Maybe we're actually on the verge of not only breaking up big beef, but all the other monopolies and oligopolies that have gained scrutiny recently, right? From Google, Meta, Amazon, Ticketmaster. I mean, there's countless
Volume Plus
things
says,
happening
"Haven't
right
seen a
now.
CD1
Though
faction
also
gears
with
specifically."
that, a part of
Distant
this
Land
is going to
says,
depend on
"Anyone
what
know how much a
happens
custom
this
ST on
November
home
and
refreshing and
beyond.
helpful
Then,
hobby?"
in wild international news, we got to talk about how the greed of a high-ranking UN official left thousands of people waiting for homes that have never been built. Because this news centers around a guy by the name of Vitaly von Shelboim, right? And that because he was second in command at the UN Office for Project Services, or UNOPS, which if you've never heard of is completely understandable.
Barry
It's a
says,
pretty obscure
100
office
shirtless
that,
push-ups
quote,
while I watch.
provides infrastructure, procurement, and project management services for fellow UN agencies and national governments. Right? And with that, in 2015, the agency had stockpiled tens of millions of dollars in excess fees paid to it by its partners. So von Shelboim and his boss, they decided to lend the money to fund profit-making projects building homes and renewable energy in the developing world. But of course, first, they had to decide where to invest. So that same year, they throw this party in a 5,000 square foot apartment on the Upper East Side in
Volume
Manhattan,
Plus
which
says,
is where they met
"Haven't
a
seen a
British
CD1 just what I
businessman
get
by
from
the name
leveling."
of David Kendrick, as well as his daughter Daisy. Not long after that, in 2017, UNOPS gave a $3 million grant to a conservation group run by Daisy, who, by the way, was a recent college graduate. And not only that, she had just set up her group as a nonprofit a year earlier, but never obtained approval from the IRS for a tax exemption as a charity. And also with that, UNOPS never said how, out of all the world's environmental groups, it had chosen Daisy's group for such a big wad of cash. But of course, it just gets worse from here, right? For one, right, what did Daisy do with that money? Well, she produced a video game and a website promoting awareness of environmental threats to the world's oceans, as well as a pop song about the ocean that was recorded by British singer Joss Stone. There, notably control of the song and the right to sell it went to a for-profit company that Daisy's dad was a director of, with Stone also later saying that she agreed to record the song for free, believing that it was a fundraiser for the UN. But still, this is just the tip of the iceberg, because in 2018, UNOPS announces it's going to be making its first loans to business. And over the next 2 years, according to UN records, it lent nearly $25 million to companies investing in renewable energy in Mexico, as well as $35 million to a company with plans to build housing in countries around the world. And surprise, surprise, there was one thing that these companies had in common: Daisy's dad, David Kendrick. And now with all that, you have the UN saying that all $58 million that UNOPS entrusted to Kendrick has been lost. And in the end, reportedly,
Land
not
says,
even
LOL
a
WTF
single
Adam, it was
house
only
was
300
ever built.
coins.
And that's even
Damn,
after
it used to
either
be
von
10K.
Shelboim or his boss attended events in these countries celebrating the launch of the projects. With his boss saying in Ghana in 2019, for example, this landmark project will not only give Ghana's future generation access to
Nimbus Beetle
affordable
says,
housing,
"You can
but
get it from
will
Chestnut."
also give the people teaching that future generation the opportunity and security to own their own home. So of course, with all of that, there eventually came a point where all of this couldn't be ignored. One of Kendrick's companies eventually admitted it had used the UN's loan to pay off other loans. And although the companies eventually repaid $6 million, it reportedly wasn't even enough to cover the interest on the loans. So with that, von Shelboim's boss resigned in 2022, reportedly after being asked to do so by UN leadership. And as far as von Shelboim himself, well, he was first put on administrative leave, with, at the time, one former UNOPS official describing him and the rest of the agency's senior leadership
Uncle
as,
Barry
quote,
says,
a
"Maybe if you
corrupt
turn off some
cabal
filters
that
on
is
the map,
only
FPS will
interested
improve."
in money. With then, after an investigation, von Shelboim eventually being fired, fined 1 year's pay, and ordered to repay all of the money that he pissed away. But also, like, here's the thing: UN investigations are rarely made public. And so for a long time, there's been all these unanswered questions, at least
Barry
right
says,
for the rest
"More than
of us.
10
And in
enabled
the
by
words
default."
of the New York Times, we were still asking, why did a 20-year veteran of the United Nations defy auditors and common sense by entrusting his agency's entire investment portfolio to a man he purportedly met at a party. And now we have some answers, with an internal UN court finding that von Schellboim committed fraud and, quote, blatant misconduct by failing to disclose gifts from Kendrick, with him apparently receiving interest-free loans, home repairs, a new Mercedes, and a $1.2 million sponsorship for his teenage son, who is a tennis player. And apparently even his son knew something was up. After receiving the sponsorship, he reportedly sent an email to his dad saying, "This is insane. How is this possible? I'm not even a good tennis player yet." With von Schellboim then replying, "Part of my job is to make insane things happen." Though still, with all that said, the court did not find proof that von Schellboim had explicitly promised to provide UN money in exchange for personal gifts. So notably, it said that while he was taking money, he intentionally misrepresented facts to make Kendrick's companies look better. And then his boss, right, the one that resigned in 2022, she apparently wasn't in on the deal, with a recent court ruling blaming her for, quote, extraordinary deferral to von Schellboim on the investments. In an email at the time, she rejected the idea that she had done anything wrong. So seemingly, the idea is that she was either incredibly trusting, lazy, and or stupid. But with all this, it does appear that there are countries that have criminal investigations going on. It's just that currently a UN spokesperson would not comment on which countries had opened criminal investigations into von Schellboim. But then I want to do two final things. One is a congratulations, and the other is kind of a brand new mini segment. The first being a congratulations to Sarah P., the SeatGeek prize winner, who just won $500 in our weekly SeatGeek giveaway towards her choice of SeatGeek tickets. With Sarah saying she's hoping to see another Bad Bunny concert if she can. And for the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek and the Daily Dip are still giving away up to $1,000 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. You just add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize, no purchase necessary. Also, $1,000 prizes are available to Daily Dip subscribers who add code PDS newsletter, doubling entries and winnings. So definitely get in on that if you haven't already. But then, as promised, right, the brand new mini segment, because I thought it might be fun that in addition to every now and then throwing in a comment at the end of the show, maybe doing a question and answer. Ideally about something that's not news, so we can kind of decompress after I just overwhelmed your brain with all the news. Though given it being me, there's always going to be a little bit of news or research in something. And that, as it turns out, is somewhat true with the first question for this segment. Because when I opened up to receive questions over on Instagram, I got a variety of things that were kind of based around what are you eating in a day? Right, I've had a big health journey over the last 3 years, especially on Instagram. I've kind of posted more about it, and so that makes sense that there's more questions there. And so to that, I kind of just have three things. One, I just try not to think of anything as bad foods. I go, hey, let me try to stay under 2,400 calories a day on average, ideally.
2,400 calories, I don't do that at all. I'm lucky to get 12 or something like that. I've been losing weight pretty well. 2,400 would be pretty nice. That to me is like not dieting at all. That's like you're having like 3 meals a day at about, you know, what, 800 a piece, something like that. I do about a 1,200 at the end of the day kind of thing. That's weird, but that's like when you're on a diet and losing the weight. He's skinny. He needs 2,400, I think.
But also really outside of breakfast, I'm not counting calories.
If you're working out every day, 2,400 is totally fine. But if you're inactive all day long.
And that's because, too, really one of the only things I keep track of through the entire day, it's not protein. I know everyone's like, protein. And yes, protein matters. But for me, the key is fiber. Increasing fiber in my diet over the last 3 years has been a fucking game changer. You know, I try to hit my fiber goals with actual foods instead of things like Metamucil and stuff, but, you know, whatever gets you there. And that's probably one of the biggest things that'll affect the most people watching this right now. And that's because reportedly only 5% of people in the US meet the Institute of Medicine's recommended daily target of 25 grams for women and 38 grams for men. And as research and reports have noted, eating a fiber-rich diet is associated with better gastrointestinal health and a reduced risk of heart attacks, strokes, high cholesterol, obesity, type 2 diabetes, even some cancers. It also slows down the absorption of glucose, it evens out our blood sugar levels, it lowers cholesterol and inflammation. Right, so for like lunch today, I had this salad and a bunch of veggies. Though honestly, I just overstuffed myself today. But then finally 3, there is one thing that I have every single morning. I call it my morning DeFranco caffeine protein bomb. And I was actually gonna do this segment and share this with you on Monday, but I had a little accident with trying to shoot outside of my office. Here's that.
Good morning. I am so cold. I need to get my day started. I need to work out. It is just weirdly cold this morning. I think I might work out in a hoodie. So today is a light upper back day. It is, yeah, I try. Well, shit. I think I broke the camera. Okay, so maybe I've only partially broken the camera. Nope.
Hey, it's Tuesday. I can't believe I got it so fast.
Wow,
we're back.
So while my breakfast constantly changed from one of 5 things that I constantly cycle through, there's one constant. A little DeFranco caffeine protein bomb. It starts with either 1 cup of Wake and Make coffee or today, 2 espresso pods. Oh, and there's Lindsay. Handsy as usual.
How'd you sleep? No. A case of the hot legs?
Sometimes my legs just get so hot, like, but then they get too cold when I put them out.
Yeah.
And oh, you're filming.
I mean, I'll take it. I'm having a conversation with you.
It's made worse when Billy's there.
That Billy. Ruining everything.
Also, I don't know why I don't just have it pour directly onto the ice.
Jokish
Are you
says,
scared to cross it out?
Yeah. Do I need protection though,
Then we have a quick pour over of the Fairlife protein shake. It's 150 calories, 30 grams of protein. It's better with chocolate, but I only had vanilla left. You then mix it with a spoon that's too small for the cup and enjoy. You are now ready to conquer the world and/or possibly poop in the next 30 minutes. Then it's downstairs to the gym for a quick 45-minute workout and 30 minutes on the treadmill. Then hopping into the car to go to an actual breakfast at an actual restaurant to say that you were around people at least one part of the day. Little veggie scramble, potatoes, and biscuit, delicious. And then I came back and started making this show to inform and/or ruin your day. But yeah, I think initially I might do this segment one time a week at the end of the show. And if you want to be one of the people that asks me a question, you can go follow me over on Instagram, Philly DeFranco. But that is going to be it for your Wednesday evening, Thursday morning show. And just remember, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. Eat more fiber, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
One thing has become quite clear the last couple of years, the last couple of months, the last couple of weeks, and it is that the Guillemot family is running Ubisoft into the ground.
Yeah.
You can look to this company about a decade ago, Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Watch Dogs, Splinter Cell, The Crew, and so on and so forth. These franchises were still fresh, still innovative, and still at the top of their game. But in recent years, these franchises have fallen on hard times. Some of them don't even have any new entries. Some of them were so badly mishandled that they are completely dead at this point. And that is the modern Ubisoft. That is what has happened to a lot of these games. That's what also has happened to a lot of these studios in which the top talent have run for the doors. And a lot of that needs to be blamed on the Guillemot family because of the games that they've been making and the fact that they've just continued to chase trends and make really bad decisions. And this was a report coming earlier this year from Tom Henderson from Low Morale to Internal Tensions Inside Ubisoft, in which he outlines that in recent years there's been one thing that you can probably count on with a Ubisoft game. It's inevitable delay. It's a frustration that's been felt publicly and internally, mostly boiling down to unrealistic internal deadlines and poor management. And we also had a different report, this time coming from Jeff Grubb, and this was in 2023, in which he said that...
Okay, so I heard that the Ubisoft is like 3,000 people or something like that. With that many fucking developers, there's gotta be probably 1,000 of them are managers. How could you possibly have, like, right, I mean, no, it's probably not 1,000 managers, it's probably like 500 managers. How could you possibly not have enough management or mismanagement? And that's our question to you. Are you just not doing this correctly or what? Because it kind of seems like, what ails you? Because it's like, you know that you have so many managers. You talk about them all the time. You have managers all the time. You for every software crew of like 30 to 50 for whatever, like art or direction or music or something like that. You have like 5 to 10 to 15 managers, something like that. What do you mean you don't have managers? They're just sitting around. You have people sitting around doing nothing, you mean. They're not developing the video game, really. They're just sitting there being managers and forcing you to sit in meetings and TPS reports and stuff. They're mismanaging, but lack of management or whatever, I don't know about that. You have way too much of that. That seems kind of weird to say that there's no management. It seems weird.
Ubisoft acquisition was laughed at by other companies. And he went on to say that Ubisoft definitely already did the rounds proposing acquisitions and mergers with other similar companies, and it mostly got laughed at. It's just too unwieldy. Its strength was its distributed development structure, and now that's an albatross. And look, Ubisoft is a massive company, and it is very unattractive to have 20,000 employees and 40 studios, because a lot of these companies know if they take on that weight, many of these employees are going to be fired. That's negative PR that they just do not want to deal with. And also these franchises, a lot of them have already been milked dry, so the potential for Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, a lot of these companies just don't see it as being worth it. And that is a major problem that Ubisoft faces right now. And look, they are continuing to double down. There's 10 new Assassin's Creed games coming in 5 years. Some of them we know about. Obviously, Assassin's Creed Shadows comes in early 2025. We'll see about that. There's Assassin's Creed Jade, Chinese Assassin's Creed mobile game that was delayed to sometime next year. There's Assassin's Creed Hex that's supposed to be survival horror of sorts. There's Assassin's Creed Invictus that's multiplayer Assassin's Creed. It was compared to Fall Guys recently by an insider. And then there's tons of other projects. There was also recently Assassin's Creed 4 Remake. That's something that gaming audiences probably will be there for. But other than that, it's just, this is all Ubisoft has at their disposal at this point. This is the only certain success that they think that they can invest into, and that's what they have. Their 40 studios and 20,000 employees working on all of this. They are just running at their past and trying to hope that people are still interested in Assassin's Creed like they were back in the Ezio days and such. But
sell your reputation.
Also, we did see this announcement.
Says, sounds good.
Why must you sell your reputation to us? It's weird. We like I don't know. They thought they were just gonna remake. They were just gonna remake everything again. No, we need new content. New content, motherfucker. New content.
Seth Stackington says, everyone rerolling for console launch?
Yeah.
To Distant Lands says, 100.
This character is like capped out.
To Distant Lands says, still will be a tank though. To Distant Lands says, I like GA/SP and GA/GS. To Distant Lands says, LOL Echoes are like a flood of people. Thorsnaf says, come back for me. Soul ZZZZ says, question last time I played was about a year ago. Did they add a decent bit of content since then?
Really wasn't that much of a shock. It was the fact that Assassin's Creed Shadows was delayed to February 2025, a loaded month in which I just don't think there's going to be much success for this game with the amount of controversy that it has faced so far. And Ubisoft did announce that they were ditching its traditional season pass model and it was going to be releasing day one on Steam. Epic Games Store exclusivity no more. And yes, Gabe Newell everybody ends up crawling back to him. Ultimately, that Steam audience is probably not going to be very receptive to these Assassin's Creed games. I would not be surprised to see negative ratings for Shadows when it does release, or any of the other games like Mirage, which is supposed to be coming in the coming weeks. But we also did see some other clarification about why the game was delayed right at the last minute, and it was because of the soft reception to Star Wars Outlaws, which aka the game sold like shit. That's what Ubisoft can't say, but that's what they really meant. And we also did see Ubisoft make some wild admissions. The CEO said our goal is not to push any specific agenda, amid polarized comments circling Assassin's Creed Shadows. And look, Ubisoft is one of the most progressive companies, and in 2024, they are right there in the divisive gaming culture wars of sorts that you do not want to be there with, especially for a game like Assassin's Creed Shadows, which is their big name franchise, their big name game that cannot afford to be unsuccessful. And right now it looks like it's on the verge of probably being a massive flop for them that could truly tank the company into complete death. Now, this is also the report that came, and it's not shocking, and it is that Ubisoft, as we know, it is probably about over. And it is that Ubisoft is considering a buyout with Tencent to take the company private. The Chinese mega corporation could have a lot more control over the company's future, and that is very frightening, but just not surprising because of the Guillemot family. The report goes on to mention that the Chinese tech company and the Guillemot Brothers Limited have been speaking with advisors to help explore ways to stabilize Ubisoft and bolster its values. It said that one of the options on the table would involve taking the company private. Talks are at an early stage. Tencent and the Guillemot family are also considering other alternatives, like maybe another company buying them, but doesn't seem very likely based on the fact that they were laughed at previously, and they're in far worse shape since then. Recently, there's been a major push by small investors to do just that. They want all these layoffs, they want many employees to be gone, and that is likely what's going to be on the horizon. And that does bring me sadness, but again, the current management at Ubisoft, they are responsible for all of this. It's even got support from at least 10% of the company's shareholders for them to go private. So look, ultimately, the Guillemot brothers probably will still be in control of this company. Tencent will have a lot more control as well. And Tencent. I just don't think that this company is going to be getting better anytime soon, even if they go private. None of this is any good news in my opinion. And we did see Ubisoft confirm this report. This was just the other day. They said that they regularly review options. They call this a strategic option. And they're trying to figure out what to do. It's quite clear that what they've been doing the last couple of years, it just cannot continue this way. And Tom Henderson of Inside Gaming did give this perspective that I thought was interesting. He said it's important to stress that Tencent and the Guillemot family are rumored to be considering the buyout. The buyout would undoubtedly mean mass layoffs. And with EvE likely still in charge, who is ultimately responsible again for Ubisoft's current state, it's still not brilliant news. Everything I just said. The best cause of action would be an upper management shakeup over anything, and it's probably not happening. But I don't think EvE will let the ship sail without him in the captain's seat, which is just, it's very sad that that's the reality that we deal with for a company that does have franchises that I think could be done in so much better ways if it was in better hands. And it is important to know who Tencent actually is, and the fact that the Chinese government has major shares within the company. And as this Reuters report mentioned, it was the fact that Beijing's moves, China, moves to scoop up golden shares in tech companies, which started more than 5 years ago, have also raised alarms among foreign governments about Chinese surveillance of online data and potential intervention in private enterprises. So that is another thing that could be happening, another concern with Ubisoft if Tencent continues to get more control over this company moving forward. But what was absolutely insane was the fact that we actually saw a Ubisoft director chime into all the outrage surrounding this company, and they had an absolute insane take in my opinion. This was specifically a monetization director at Ubisoft. I'm not going to say his name, it's already been said enough, but this individual has a job that should not exist in this gaming industry. And these monetization directors often work with psychologists to ruin these experiences, trying.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar. I love talking about a good old-fashioned cybersecurity nuke that drops. Today we're talking about how the Chinese government hacked your internet service provider. Now of course most of my audience is from the United States of America, so if you do live outside the US, congratulations, you seem to be pretty safe right now. But if you're in the United States of America, you really don't have a whole lot of options for who you purchase your internet service from. Like airline companies, realistically you look for the one that basically bends you over the barrel the least amount of times. Now, if you were ever associated to something like AT&T or Verizon,
you skip through the fucking video.
You play?
One thing has become quite clear the last couple of years, the last couple of months, the last couple of weeks, and it is that the Guillemot family is running Ubisoft into the ground. You can look to this company about a decade ago. Assassins wish a company to fail simply because they do not cater to you, or the product does not please you is beyond me, which is, it's a take of a company that very much used to please a lot of people with innovative game design, fresh ideas, and new franchises. It was very much quality over quantity. Something that feels like it was millenniums ago at this point. We're all here on the same boat. Please, please, please stop spreading hate. We should all uplift each other instead of bringing each other down. He said this a couple of days ago. No idea what he's specifically, speaking to, but it's obviously in regards to all the outrage, all the conversation surrounding Ubisoft. And the only recent thing is the fact that Ubisoft looks like it's about to go under. And this isn't the first time we've seen Ubisoft developers making some mind-boggling remarks. We had a couple of Ubisoft developers criticizing Elden Ring a couple of years ago for its game design, being very confused by why it was successful. That was embarrassing for the company, along with a Guerrilla Games developer, but this one takes the cake, honestly. It's an example of a misguided attack. Ubisoft staff are looking for a boogeyman, and they certainly wish to bring the pitchforks for the vocal social media crowd, instead of realizing that most of the gaming audience are rejecting their games. Even critics are shrugging with boredom for most of their big releases. It's fine can't be the sentiment that is felt with almost every single game where you get put in a box. Expectations are set. And that's what has happened here. Ubisoft has spent the last number of years slowly building to this point in which casual and hardcore gamers are choosing to not spend the $70 on slop, especially at a time in which there are so many better ways to spend money for good quality entertainment in gaming. People can make arguments for why we take for granted the 7 out of 10 or 6 out of 10 samey, barely competent Ubisoft experiences, but there's only so long that strategy can play out. And I think we're now at that point. So no, none of the chaos surrounding this company can be blamed on just this last year of outrage. This is totally neglecting how this conversation really began around 2022, if not earlier. And look, this monetization director can go off all he wants, but this is the reality. This is why Ubisoft is so fucking hated, and why so many people, yes, some individuals on social media are ready to jump on their grave. Ubisoft wants you to be comfortable not owning your games. They want their subscriptions to take off. They don't want people to be enjoying their physical digital copies anymore. They want people to be stuck in those subscriptions in which they're spending money every month. That's what Ubisoft wants. That's the reality. And then their games have already been soulless enough. They wanted to chase NFTs. This was one of their big trends. They tried doing that with Ghost Recon Breakpoint, a absolutely astonishing, terrible experience. And those NFTs have not popped up since. Just an example of them chasing trends and it going absolutely nowhere. We'll see if it returns at some point. We also had, again, their games are already soulless enough, but Ubisoft was testing an AI tool that writes NPC dialogue, because that's absolutely what Ubisoft needs to make their games sound better. And then a year later, they showed off AI-powered game characters at GDC. The game world actually listens, which, again, soulless and Ubisoft, it just goes together so well. And then we have all of the cancellations, all of the disasters, all of the chaos with all of their games. We have Ubisoft chasing trends with Hyperscape. That was a battle royale which nobody cared for, and less than 2 years after it launched, it ultimately it died. We also had Ubisoft canceling another battle royale game. This was going to be Ghost Recon. It was called Frontline, and it was supposed to be a 100-player free-to-play take on the franchise, and that ultimately died in 2022 when the company realized, hey, maybe we shouldn't be investing in so many trends that are ultimately going to go nowhere. We also had Ubisoft's mobile game Tom Clancy's Elite Squad. That was supposed to be our return with Splinter Cell at one point, but that ultimately collapsed. That failed badly. And then one of Ubisoft's newer, fresher ideas was Immortals Phoenix Rising. They were working on a sequel until they weren't, and that was because of the fact that Ubisoft came to the realization that the first game didn't sell all that well, so there was no reason to pursue another in this franchise. And the thing is, Ubisoft and fresh ideas, something that, gets the attention of mainstream audiences, they have been struggling so badly with this. That's why they've been resorting to just relying on Assassin's Creed and Far Cry and Tom Clancy for so long. We joke about these games, but that's all they have at this point, because their current talent cannot muster up, new franchises that catch the attention of mainstream audiences. Then we had The Crew, which servers were shut down, and it was also reportedly being revoked from Ubisoft Connect accounts. One of those things that makes people very scared about the all-digital future, and Ubisoft was right at the center of all of that. We also had Ubisoft canceling The Division Heartland. This was supposed to be another free-to-play shooter, another game that just didn't make sense why it even existed in the first place. The Watch Dogs franchise crashed to the ground because of Legion, and an insider recently confirmed that the franchise is truly dead, at least in gaming. Then we had Ubisoft being disappointed by Assassin's Creed Nexus, its VR sales, and I think this is just another example of a game that I don't think many people even knew existed in the first place. We also had the announcement that Prince of Persia, one of their only good reviewed games the last couple of years, it only had 300,000 players. And I think that's, again, another major problem. Ubisoft's been trying to, revive franchises, bring in new ideas, and just mainstream audiences just don't care about it at all. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora only had under 2 million sales, another flop for a franchise that they thought was going to do numbers for them. Then we had Beyond Good and Evil 2. It surpassed Duke Nukem Forever, which was in development for 15 years. This game's been in development for 16 years, and there's no end in sight at all. We also had Skull and Bones, the realization that that game has been a massive flop for Ubisoft, having less than 1 million players total in its first couple of weeks, including free trial players. That tells you all you need to know about a game that had a lot of excitement behind it when it was first announced, because it looked like it was adapting a lot of Black Flag elements, and then ultimately it just ended up being quite pathetic. And for a pirate game, I just have no idea how they make it so soulless. We also have some other information, such as Skull and Bones' price was slashed by $25 after less than 3 weeks. Remember, the first so-called quadruple A game. And then there's even been some insider reports saying that they spent upwards of $600 to $850 million on this game. I have no idea if this is true, but the game was in development for so long. It was delayed so long, and it had some government funding as well. It wouldn't surprise me in the least. X-Defiant was supposed to be a Call of Duty competitor, and it looks like it's on the verge of being shut down. Ubisoft even admitted in recent weeks that it has fallen behind expectations for them. A remark that I feel like they've been saying with all of their franchises the last couple of years. And then we had Star Wars Outlaws. This was supposed to be their big success story in 2024 alongside Assassin's Creed Shadows, and it has been an absolute flop. Ubisoft, as we discussed earlier on in this video, said that the game had done soft sales for them. Well, what they meant by that was it sold just 1 million copies in the month since it launched. I have no idea how you botch a Star Wars open world game this badly, but Ubisoft did it. They did it with a protagonist people didn't care about, a story that people didn't care about, all the technical issues, and ultimately just the quality that we expect out of Ubisoft, which is pretty mediocre and not worth the $60, $70 that they're trying to sell these games at. And look, these are the review scores for the last number of big name games that they've published. We had Far Cry 6 a couple of years ago. We got a 76, which is mediocre. It's all right, but it was also a point in which a lot of us agreed that Far Cry needs to change. It's stagnated in terms of its quality, and people are exhausted by this formula. We also had Assassin's Creed Mirage. It was supposed to be a callback to those older Assassin's Creed games we love, and the quality just wasn't there, and critics pretty much agreed. It got a 70, which is just, it's all right. We also had Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, another franchise that they hope to bring it big, and it can be big, I guess, in movie theaters, but in the gaming sphere, it just wasn't there at all, and the quality also wasn't there. The only thing you can say about a lot of these Ubisoft games is that they have some pretty environments, but when it comes to storytelling characters, they're absolutely shit at it. And then we had Star Wars Outlaws. Top critic average of 75, with only 65% of critics recommending this experience, and that is not good enough for a game, a franchise like this. This is Ubisoft in 2024. It's easy to concentrate on all the social media buzz and all that negativity, but we've gotten to this point because of total dysfunction from top to bottom, with no accountability from seemingly anywhere. And now the consequences approach. The company is about to crash and burn because this extensive list of failure, whether that be flop games or bad decisions, has been going on for years with no change at all. And it's unclear if that will even happen with Ubisoft going private or another company acquiring them. If anything, it could get so much worse. But again, important to reflect on how we got to this point. Anyway, what do you make of modern Ubisoft and the outrage they've faced in 2024? Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below, but thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video, or if you found any informative value. Consider subscribing for more videos like this.
This was good.
And I'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you, Filter Franco.
Sup,
Thank
you beautiful
Thank you, some ordinary gamers.
Hello, guys and gals.
Like
me, Mutahard. I love talking about a good old-fashioned cybersecurity nuke that drops. Today, we're talking about how the Chinese government hacked your internet service provider. Now, of course, most of my audience is from the United States of America, so if you do live outside the U.S., congratulations, you seem to be pretty safe right now. But if you're in the United States of America, you really don't have a whole lot of options for who you purchase your internet service from. Like airline companies, realistically, you look for the one that basically bends you over the barrel the least amount of times. Now, if you were ever associated to something like AT&T or Verizon, there's a pretty good chance that the Chinese government may or may not have been spying on you through a tool that the feds developed to look through information for lawful access. Oh boy! So obviously, one of the things we want to start off with obviously this group that we're looking at is one that is identified as Salt Typhoon. Now, there's other groups like Volt Typhoon. A lot of these names are given by cybersecurity or organizations. So, for instance, this is a name that was given by Microsoft. Mandiant gave them the name UNC2286. ESET gave them Famous Sparrow, and Kaspersky Lab gave them Ghost Emperor, okay?
Got me that nice purifier. Fuck yeah, it's like fucking like 8 million on a 26. I'm gonna flip it for 35 or something. So yeah, what is that? That's you know, it's like 27 million in a button press. Yeah, I'll take your free money, bitch. Yeah, I'll take your free money. And I'm about to park up this fucking fucking Apocalypse Navy, and this shit's worth like probably $750 or something like that on the Hypernet, maybe a little less, $670, something like that. We'll have to see. I don't really know. We're about to find out. And yeah, and I'm gonna fucking run this APOC Navy, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna run this APOC Navy because I'm not flying large clan this year. That's not happening for at least another 2 years or something. I already did. I did so much of it this year. And I felt like, oh no, I can see how this will suck me back into being a raider. No, I'm not being a raider anymore. I'm not doing it. I like public raiding, and I will run with
no clue, man. Say try it, and if you like it, use it.
You know, I think it's running my Windows settings. I want to see the TTS speech settings, right? Yeah. So I think you're running Microsoft Zero, and I want you slower at like 6.
You have selected Microsoft Zero as the default voice. You have selected Microsoft Zero as the default voice. You have selected Microsoft Zero as the default voice.
Yeah, that's better. What is that though? That's like that's 12, is it? Okay, so why are you so slow? Is it the other way? It must be that the slider is backwards maybe, and I'm screwing it up in my head, I guess, cuz yeah, it's like it's coming so fast now. Yeah, so try 10.
Thanks. Sorry, I couldn't be more help. The distant lens says, here's lots of fun. The distant lens says, you sweep and sweep and sweep. The distant lens says, and make people rage quit. Janitor build is crazy. Lost secret says, here's easy runs text.
For just the sake of this, I'm going to pick the coolest name, which is Salt Typhoon, and I'm going to go with that for the remainder of the video. So to give you an idea, earlier this year, we're going to go back in time a little bit, but February 7, 2024, A agency, a PRC state-sponsored actor, meaning that literally the government, okay, somebody who is bankrolled by the government, meaning that they effectively have access to some of the best engineers, some of the best resources, an unlimited amount of money to basically reign cyber warfare against another country. So here's the thing. Because we're talking about keyboard warriors, there's no infiltrating other countries with like boots on the ground special forces. It's literally just keyboard jockeys sitting at their computers, typing in code to effectively launch nukes against other people, okay? And I'm talking digital nukes, gaining access for surveillance purposes, or in this case, maintain access to critical infrastructure. And if this doesn't scare you a little bit, it probably should. So what they effectively mentioned over here when combining with the CISA, the NSA, and of course Microsoft and the FBI, they assessed that the People's Republic of China, the PRC, literally found themselves positioning on IT networks for disruptive or destructive cyber attacks against actual US critical infrastructure in the event of a major crisis or conflict in the United States of America. So they were warning actual critical infrastructure and organizations about this, assessment. And of course, some of them involved the U.S. Department of Energy, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Transportation Security Agency. So this one alone scares the hell out of me. Like, if you ever flown, you probably have noticed the TSA a lot at every airport. I mean, they pretty much federally control, like, all the, security that happens at the airport, right, for lack of a better term. So obviously when invading and, getting into these organizations, it should kind of scare you just a little bit when you're kind of sitting there realizing, oh my God, if you're sitting there at some of the most critical infrastructures, if worst case comes to worse and God forbid, like an attack ever happens or some disaster is occurring in the United States at the moment, there are aspects of that critical infrastructure, if it's destroyed, could be seriously catastrophic for every person out there. Meaning, people who are living in those regions, their lives could be affected, their information could be put at risk. I mean, you are talking about crippling a country. This is a serious matter, and it should be treated absolutely seriously. So, obviously, it's big balls when the government comes out and talks about it. But obviously, China had to respond to this kind of stuff. And their allegations was wild, okay? They literally went out and said, listen, okay? It's no secret that the United States is the world's largest source of cyber attacks and the biggest threat to security. Now, I don't disagree. I think the NSA does about as much evil shit when it comes with computers to the rest of the world, too. This is just big countries fighting amongst big countries. So they even said that group, Volt Typhoon, no, that's not us. That's a group that calls themselves the Dark Power. And it's not sponsored by any state or region. The Dark Power. Like straight up the Order from Silent Hill is just fucking infecting your computers, huh? So obviously China says, can we just stop smearing us? It's not us, ladies and gentlemen. It's just another group the Dark Force that has unlimited resources. It's the fucking League of Villains that have decided to attack you. Not us. So fast forward to recently today, another group that Microsoft has dubbed, as we talked, Salt Typhoon, ended up actually apparently hacking in to Verizon and AT&T. Now, if you looked at, the people that initially broke this, I think it's the Wall Street Journal, the actual scary part about this was apparently China had access to some of these groups for allegedly months or longer, okay? They were just sitting there harvesting information or looking through stuff. So what was discussed was a cyber attack tied to the Chinese government penetrated the networks of a swath of U.S. broadband providers, potentially accessing information from systems the federal government uses for court-authorized network wiretapping requests, okay? So, for months or longer, the hackers might have held access to network infrastructure used to cooperate with lawful U.S. requests for communications data.
Damn it.
According to people familiar with the matter, which amounts to a major national security risk, the attackers also had access to other tranches of more generic internet traffic, they said. So obviously, hacking an internet service provider is a pretty big deal. To give you an idea of what that means, when you purchase your internet service from somebody, they're your internet service provider. They're also the internet service provider for plenty of other individuals out there. In fact, if you go down the road, it's these internet service providers and the method of routings that they use when they communicate with other internet service providers that keeps the internet active and monitoring as a whole. So what they were specifically talking about here, and what could allegedly have happened, was that there were some wiretapping techniques that the Federal Bureau or law enforcement had in conjunction with these internet service providers that could have been breached. Now, from time to time, I've made several videos talking about privacy being at risk, and I've talked about how important encryption technologies really are, and why I always stand with protecting them rather than fighting against them. And generally, people have usually countered and said, but Muda, what if the feds had like a secret key that only they could use to look into potential criminal messages and, you know, put these people to justice? And while that sounds really nice and perfect, this is the perfect example of why you cannot have a third key. In this situation, apparently the third key, which was these pieces of software, could have been allegedly hijacked and used by the Chinese government to effectively run an operation against the people of a totally different country. And at worst case scenarios, people in the government or law enforcement directly themselves. So I wanted to look at just like the kind of, tactics that they were using. So of course, Ghost Emperor, which again revealed to be Salt Typhoon by Microsoft, they were talking about, what type of tools that they were using in order to attack other countries. So obviously what they bring to the table is something known as the Demodex rootkit to basically evade endpoint detection and response, impede sandbox analysis, so, using a virtual machine to look at how this stuff kind of works so you can better protect yourself, and use reflective loaders to run in memory to deploy things like Demodex. So what they mentioned, obviously, is Ghost Emperor, which is a Chinese Nexus threat group, again, associated with the actual government right there. So what they said was Demodex, the updated version, uses legitimate Windows tools more extensively to avoid that level of detection, has advanced capabilities for evasion, the EDR, and of course an anti-user mode hooking to impede that level of analysis. So again, when it comes to this level of cyber attack and cyber warfare, it's just as important to make sure your software looks about as legitimate as it can, and to fight against obvious groups to, analyze your software and possibly detect if, it's similar to other identified pieces of software or malware that have been found, and how to counter attack against it. If you can impede the analysis, it's kind of like playing the game Plague Inc., right? Like you develop a virus that, countries are unable to create a resistance or a vaccine to. And the longer you can saturate this virus while people are spending their time trying to figure out what's going on or try to resist it, the better your hack will be, okay? You're basically just delaying the inevitable, and that is getting caught, as we saw a couple days ago. So interestingly enough, a piece of software that gamers probably know if you're on the PC side was actually ended up being used. So the core implant, which was used to manage CS2 servers and install Demodex rootkit, had to bypass driver signature enforcement. To bypass this, Cheat Engine, which was a tool that was used to manipulate memory and basically bypass a lot of microtransaction bullshit in single-player games, was effectively being used in order to assist hiding the software. So it's interesting looking at how a lot of these guys' intricate state-level kernel hacking software is also intermixed with a lot of this open source stuff we pretty much use on a daily basis. Now, in this case, was Demodex being used? No, it's just one of the things that they're most famous for. But obviously, what people were kind of highlighting was the fact that maybe that there was actually some reconfigured routers from Cisco that were used. Now, obviously, the guys over at Cisco were like, bro, we actually have no idea what happened. And to be fair, I don't think anybody's really going to know until they actually look through the software and peek for it themselves and get a real good idea and grasp. All they know is that they've literally been hacked by a group that is actually belonging to the Chinese government, whether or not they want to actually deny it. There's only a few levels of people and groups that can do this kind of stuff at this level, and they usually need the backing of infinite resources that only governments can provide. So again, when it came to those wiretapping systems, a bunch of these organizations kind of claimed it, but half claimed it. In reality, they said there's some indication that that lawful intercept system was targeted, which is what one of the security officials said. And at the end of the day, nobody really can confirm unless you do a full, thorough analysis. But for right now, to kind of minimize the panic and fear, you kind of have to basically, just tell them, hey, nothing's confirmed. Hopefully it doesn't get confirmed to be the fact that that level of access was effectively violated. Because if it was, that means a lot of people's personal information might actually be put into risk. And I'd be interested in who, in fact, the Chinese government might have been targeting through this, whether they were high-level CEOs, whether they were politicians, or somebody that had actual power that they specifically wanted to go after. The thing about these kind of organizations like Salt Typhoon is that they've basically been active since 2019. And according to Bleeping Computer, They literally were also responsible for attacking hotels, engineering companies, and entire legal firms, not in the United States, but in places like Brazil, Burkina Faso, South Africa, Canada, Israel, France, Guatemala, Lithuania, Saudi Arabia, Taiwan, Thailand, and also the United Kingdom.
This fucking bear.
So in this case, they actually reference one specific vulnerability,
bear.
which was the proxy
You are
logon
such a dick. You
vulnerability
summoned ads.
in the Microsoft
You are
Exchange
such
server.
a dick.
So for instance, Microsoft Exchange, like those specific servers that were being targeted, were mailing servers or calendaring servers. So again, people who are hosting their own email servers, they're the ones being targeted, especially if they don't constantly update and make sure securities are patched out. That's what these hackers are looking for. They have vulnerabilities. They scan the entire internet for, again, any of those servers operating. And if they can find out that they're running a vulnerable version of that server, they're going to launch all the malware they have against it and gain access so they can harvest information and use it for nefarious purposes. So, look, at the end of all this, I actually am glad that the Chinese government was caught hacking the United States internet service providers. And that's where the silver lining for all this comes out to. What really is the big part about this is not just, you know, the state government hacking people. Okay, that happens every day, all right? Complaining about that shit and worrying about that is basically the wrong, you know, path to go down. The one thing that really got exposed out of this was the fact that ISPs were allegedly working with these law enforcement agencies and setting up actual access to data. So again, the concept of lawful intercepts, meaning that you literally sit down and provide court-approved wiretaps, is the wrong play to have. And that's one of the reasons why I think like the FBI and a lot of these like law enforcement agencies are kind of hazy on confirming and talking about these situations, because inadvertently you have to admit that you have developed ways to spy on your own citizens in really fucked up avenues that shouldn't begin in the first place. Look, the idea of intercepting traffic that should be encrypted by having a third key is scary, not from the effort of it being used to spy on you, right? That's something that's been happening since the Patriot Act days. Look, the government designing a system that they can peek into defeats the entire purpose of privacy and encryption in the first place. If another government can break in to internet service providers and get access to those lawful, you know, tools and use them against the people that you're trying to protect, that means that that system you fucking made should never work. It is the prime example of why governments should never get involved with trying to kill encryption, whether it be for protecting kids or protecting us from terrorists or criminals or really sick individuals. Ultimately, it costs you and me our privacy. And not just at the hands of our own government, but randomly any other government that could exist. There are governments from Israel, from Iran, from any parts of the world that could just hack into these internet service providers because they've got the tech, the talent, and the money to do it. It's not that expensive, and they could get access to information and traffic and use it against people at a global scale. And again, going to the beginning of the video and talking about planting yourself in critical infrastructure, that's when it gets super duper scary. And that's one of the things people really have to watch out for. And I think that's the real story and the meat of this story. It's a bad idea to have a wiretap, and this hack is the perfect example of why it should never have happened to begin with. If you're really worried about an actual cyber attack happening and these organizations looking into your information, I think just the benefit of you being an unknown individual, and I say that because, again, you'd really have to be kind of like a politician or somebody in a position of power to effectively be targeted, which doesn't make the situation any better, but at least for you, the viewer watching, I think you can be relatively assured that you're probably not specifically being targeted by the Chinese government. Now, some of these maps that you see on the internet, like this live cyber threat map, which is an approximation as to what effectively happens on the internet at any given second, you know, illegal violations of internet traffic, you can see that everyone is effectively going at everyone. That's the benefit of actually having, you know, keyboard warfare. You can literally sit in the comfort of your own office, air-conditioned perhaps, and just attack every single country on the face of the earth. Even if you're allied with them, there's probably a good chance that you're doing stuff to spy on them. Sometimes you might even see some friendly action, like Canadian on Canadian action. But generally speaking, I wouldn't really worry so much if I were you. At the end of the day, yes, your internet service provider did get hacked. And if you're wondering, whoa, what can I do? I think getting rid of the existentialism that, like, listen, at the end of the day, it is your ISP. They're the people that control your information out there. There's only so much you can do to preserve your privacy on the internet. But generally speaking, I think the real meat and potatoes of this is the wake up that, yes, the government surveillance system is pretty active. At any moment, these tools that are used to spy and, I guess, quote-unquote, protect you can, in fact, be given up to these people. This would be an infinitely more scarier story if instead of just the Chinese government, this would have been an actual criminal group that was using this information to steal identities or, possibly use this for a financial motivation. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. This is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Would you like to buy a piece of Alex Jones? Maybe a microphone that's extremely used and only partially submerged in saliva? How about a neon sign for the largest disinformation podcast in history? What about a tinfoil hat, lightly greased? Well, now's the opportunity of a lifetime because InfoWars is being sold for parts to pay for Alex Jones's bankruptcy and the billions of dollars he owes people. So now's your chance. Chaos lawyer Liz Dye has more.
Thanks, Devin. Well, it's time to bust open that piggy bank because the bankruptcy court is breaking up InfoWars' parent company, Free Speech Systems, and auctioning the pieces for scrap. Buyers will have a chance to purchase a little piece of history. Really, really ugly history. In December of 2022, a mass shooter stormed Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, killing 20 first graders and 6 staffers. Almost immediately, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones claimed on his wildly popular InfoWars podcast that the shooting was a false flag operation by the Obama administration. By his own admission, Jones had a huge megaphone.
You have any idea how big? I mean, I'm not even bragging. I just realized I need to throw it in the enemy's face and just laugh at them. We're bigger than the BBC and CNN combined. We're bigger than the New York Times.
So when he called the parents of the slain children crisis actors and accused them of participating in a hoax staged to gin up support for gun control, lots of people heard him. And when he predicted that it was a prelude to a government campaign to forcibly seize Americans' guns, his audience believed him. And even though that never happened, Jones spent the next 5 years lending his airwaves to a rotating cast of kooks and liars who speculated that the slain children had never existed. Worse, Jones encouraged his listeners to do their own research, which they did, ensuring that the grieving families would be deluged with harassment and death threats, even at their own children's funerals. Some of the parents were even forced to go into hiding out of fear for their family's safety. And the reason Jones did all that was because it made him money. A lot of money. The Huffington Post reports that InfoWars brought in upwards of $50 million a year between 2015 and 2018. During his, quote, final statement on Sandy Hook, which aired on November 18, 2016, not his final statement, he said, "I watched a lot of soap operas and I've seen actors before and I know when I'm watching a movie and when I'm watching something real." On that day alone, the InfoWars store took in more than $100,000 flogging supplements and survival meals to his supporters. It does not seem to have occurred to Jones that there might be a price to pay for telling horrible lies about people, which, to be fair, he'd been doing for decades with very little pushback. It certainly didn't stop presidential candidate Donald Trump from appearing on his show and praising him in 2015. So Jones was probably surprised in 2018 when he was sued by 3 separate groups of Sandy Hook parents.
So here we go. I'm gonna strip fit this APOC Navy, which is gonna be expensive in terms of I lose 50 mil when I do it, but that's all right. I'm gonna lead the ship. I'm gonna strip the fitting. This is such a badass ship. I never did get really to fly it in action. I flew it, but I didn't get to fly it in action, which is sad. I would have stripped this ship of everything. Strip it up and repackage. Dump it all. Oh yeah, baby. We're going to place this on the hypernet and it's going to be a lot of money. Yeah. Making this money, man. I have so much money. There was stuff that I forgot I had. That's the problem with being rich. You forget that you even have stuff. It's so stupid. You have so much stuff. You forget what you fucking have. I can see it right here. You forget. I forgot I even had this thing. It was 700. It's going to be 700 mil or something like that. And I forgot I even had it. That's not that much money, but it is sort of. It is to most players, I think, actually. So it's it is. I'm going to get 529. Let's see what it is on the market. 500. So yeah, okay, so 529 on the market, and let's see what we can get for it. And I get to sell 2 other skins too. This is going to be some banker money. And look, I scored 2 purifiers and an heiress, and I know I didn't lose that many. I know I did not lose that many, and when I did, there were only 8 million bets and stuff. This is, I think, like 110 million or something like that, and the bets I lost were like maybe 60 or something. So that's 50 million just sitting right there, I think. I mean, it's and honestly, that's a cool 50 million to me because it covers all the bets. Like, the bets are safely covered. It's profit, you know. It's seriously like 50 million past profit on just those set of 3, and it covered all the other bets I made in just those 3, which is so fucking sweet. Look, now they think I can get 741 for this. The lowest average is 718. That I'm definitely gonna like think about that. But look, I can make a lot of money flipping Apocalypse Navy issues on the motherfucking Hypernet, and I probably will do. I don't know, like 718, right? I do want to compete, and I do, but I don't care about tanking this market because I'm not going to be competing in it very much. So I'm going to drop this by 40 mil, which is like kind of dumb, frankly. But I mean, like, you know, I got this ship for 5. I think I got this ship for like 510, something like that. Yeah, and or I think it was a little more. I think it was like 575, something like that. But still, like, I don't know. Like, this is still a lot of extra profit. It's still, even with that, it's still a lot of extra profit. It's insane. And I'm gonna start what I should do is just take that money, put a buy order. I should do that right now. How much money do I have? God damn it, I'm on fire gambling. I'm on fire. I fucking love it. And I've been on fire for weeks or something. It's insane. I've been on fire for weeks. Like, and I don't bet in a way where I can lose anything big. I'm such a good gambler. God damn it. I realize now that maybe my life, I feel like my real life was kind of the life of a gambler. I just sort of gamble whether a situation is good or not even. It's sort of crazy. It's such a chaotic neutral thing, but gambling fits me so well. I love the chaos neutral of gambling. I actually really do. So, okay, I don't know, 700? Yeah, we're going to peg it up 700. And we should try to win the APOC, because then it's just 600. Then it's just 600 profit. I should try to win the APOC. So it's expensive to do this. You see, it's expensive to back yourself on the Hypernet. But I don't care. I don't care. Honestly, I should try to see if somebody wants to bet me on half of a fucking Anyways, I don't. I know what I want to do. I'm gonna go to the Hypernet relay. I'm gonna bet once, just once. That's all. I'm gonna bet once for 100 fucking mil or whatever the fuck it is. I don't even know what it is. What it's gonna be. Where is this ship that I just posted? I have so much shit up on the Hypernet now. I've posted like 400 items or something. There's a Hawk. There's an Imicus. I own these. I do. I own all of this. Like, I have so many ships up on the market right now that if they all don't sell, they just go right back to my fucking inventory. And I'm like, oh, well, then I have a Jay Leno fucking fleet of ships, you know? Like, I love this game. Like, God damn it. I wish they would make other games as good with so much depth and so much fun. Like, the system, the Hypernet is this inspired thing. And I know where they probably got it from, right? The Swedes probably visited China, and they visited like arcades because they're gamer people, and they saw the gacha machines, and they said, I used to have dreams about this a lot. I used to have dreams of sitting down at the gacha machines in China because I was like, I think there's some kind of future there for me, and I think there's like kind of a future. There could be a future there for me. I think I could probably make a lot of money off gambling gacha machines in China and stuff because machines can't really beat me. I don't really fuck with anything but percentages. I don't fuck with the opponent. Machines can beat me, and they do all the time if they're set to beat me. But if it's a fair game, something like the Hypernet, I will slaughter the whole table just like Texas Hold'em because I'm like, well, yeah, you don't have the percentages to beat me though, so I'm gonna take the percentage, right? And I'm gonna beat you, and I'm gonna all in, and I'm gonna beat you. And if I lose, then oh well, I'm a chaotic neutral crazy ass. What do I care about that? I leave. I'm done. Oh well. But I mean, like, but most of the times they're too scared to see you. And on the Hypernet, it's an entirely different thing. I bet I come scrolling through looking for this fucking ship I just posted. There's that Praxis I just did. Look at how many more ships I have. It's just insane. It just keeps on going. It's like insane. It just keeps on going. I have so many ships on the market now. Okay, there it is. So there's the end of the list, but I can't find this fucking ship that I just posted. Where is this fucking ship that I just posted? It's so dumb. Can you sort by name or something? I have so many items up, I can't even find the goddamn ship that I just posted. Maybe I should just save the money and see if it sells. Where is this goddamn Epoch Navy that I just posted? I have so many things that I got from ill-gotten gambling money, and now back to the safe house where none of the people whose stuff I sold can get at me. That's how Gita feels to me now. Now, like, as a gambler, I go back to Gita and they can't say shit. They signed up to the Hypernet. It's not like I play cards with them in a gambling casino with drugs and heroin and alcohol like I want to do in real life or whatever. It's like I fucking sweat them on the goddamn Hypernet. They can't say shit. It's over. And they don't even look at the name most time. And I fucking sweep them. Like every time. It's hilarious. I love bragging about this. It's so fun. So, but I can't find, I have so much shit. I can't find a particular sale anymore. I can't find this ship that I just posted. What happened here? Yeah, like this posted, it did, but I can't find it, and it makes me very, very, very nervous. It's making me nervous because it's like worth 700 million and I can't find it on the list. It's like starting to really bother me. It's somewhere here, but I can't fucking find it. It's such a long fucking list. Wait, these are Hypernet offers expired. So I've gone too far. Take me to the top of this list. Did you just like put it at the top of the list so I can find it? No. Okay, reduce this so I can see everything. It's so stupid. What happened to this ship that I just posted? Did somebody just immediately fucking buy it or what? Like, come on, man. Where is this? There you are. The fuck was that, man? You're dumb. So, Hypernode, 530. The Hypernode price is 87. I'm going to take one. No. Please do not do that. Yes. And I'll bet on my shit. And if I win, I get the whole goddamn 600 million, which I won't because it's 1 in 8 chance, but I've done it before. And like, you know, actually it's a 1 in 8 chance and I take a lot of bets. So that 1 in 8 chance doesn't seem like that much to me. It's kind of funny, but it is a 1 in 8 chance and I won't get it, but that's okay. They step and they dump fucking 600 and some odd mil on this. And, yeah, and I mean, I paid 575 or something like that. So that, I mean, no, it's way more than that. It's up for 7. What did I do? It was like 730, I think it was, or something. Yeah, I think it was like 730. So after my 87, that drops it to 650, no matter what. If it sells, if it doesn't, then I lost some hypercores. But if it does sell, and it probably will, because it's a nice ship, 650. You know, 650 million. In my pocket for 520, or I think it was like a 575, you know, so I guess I only make 75 off the ship, but it's still 75. I didn't do shit for it. I didn't go farm for it or anything like that. It's still 75 out of nowhere. And on top of it, I can just go right back right now, and if I'm in the mood, and I kind of might be, except I want to look at the market on Epoch Navy issues and just see what the competition is here. I want to see an Epoch Navy issue. Apocalypse Navy issue. No Hypernet offers found with those settings. Yeah, look, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 in Jita. I have the cheapest one. See it? I have the cheapest one. And look, they all are going, but let's see what the action is. So Casino Elite 777. See, this guy has completely embraced this personality that I am embracing. And his name is like Casino Elite 777 because he doesn't even want anybody to know who the main is. And I thought about that too. I was like, the fact that they know who it is, I think costs me sales a lot of the time because I constantly fucking fleece them. I constantly take their ships constantly on 2 bets. I constantly take their ships, and they can tell that I'm just selling those ships to take the money to take more ships from them. It's fucking hilarious. It's like an actually unlocked economy, which is so much better than capitalism. And it would work too. It would work if you digitally synced every item that you sold in the markets of the real world, which we do. We do that. We could easily do the Hypernet in the real world, and it's such a better system. So let's say you want to PS5, right? You put your PS4 up on a used store with a Hypernet of like 375. You bought it for 400, but see, it's 8 shares of that $375 PS4, right? And so you played the PS4 for 5 years, but you sell it used, and people do buy it. They like PS4 Pros and stuff, and they're like, okay, well, cool, yeah. And they see 375, and they don't like that, but they also see that it's split up 8 different ways, and the owner has has like a $40 share in that PlayStation 4 Pro, and they see that they can easily get in for like $120, and if they lose, they only lose the $120, but if they win, they step with the $400 PS4 Pro, right? And they do it even on a used item. They do it because they know it's only $100, right? And then a couple of hours pass, a few more hours pass, somebody else who wants a PS4 Pro comes along used, and it's like, oh my god, for $100 I can get a one in like a one in or like, yeah, for $140 I can get like a 1 in or like a 2 in 8 chance of winning a PS4 Pro, which if you think about it, that's like 1 in quarter. That's 1 in a quarter. You know, you have a 25% chance of winning that thing that you only put in like a tenth of its value for. And so, and then if it fills up, the ticket fills up, the PS4 Pro slings, you win the PS4 Pro back. They have to give you the money. They've already given you the money. It's in your credit. It's in your HyperNet transaction. You won the PS4 Pro 1 in 8 times, but you know, but they don't but they don't care because they knew it was only $100 chance, but they knew that they might step with the PS4 Pro for $100, and they often do. So they don't mind buying into on that 8 bet on the PS4 Pro. That is the principle of the HyperNet, right? And so then you take that $375 that you get for this used PS4 Pro. If it was new, you could probably get $540. You could probably get $540 for it if it's new, because they'll buy in on those smaller increments, trying to get a chance at a brand new PS4 and Pro in box that's never been used that they can sling later or whatever, right? And they come in hungry and earnest, and they're like, okay, yeah, I'll take a $50 bet on a $540 bet. I'll take two $50 bets on a $540 PS4 Pro. And even though that's $140 more than what it is to just buy it on the fucking market, because I want to try to get it for $100, right? I'm gonna take a quarter bet on it, and I buy two $60 shares in your $540 PS4 Pro, and then 6 other people come along, or four, or sometimes even one guy comes along, and he's like, oh well, I can swing 300 on a $540 PS4 Pro that's brand new, right? And then you sling that PS4 Pro, and you lose your bet, but you walk with $460, and then you just take that $460, you buy another used PS4 Pro for like $275, you throw it on the HyperNet, buy again, and suddenly you're sitting at like $600-700, and you buy the PS4 5 Pro off of just the used PS4 Pro that you had sitting in your bedroom. That's the HyperNet. It's superior to capitalism. And the people are happy too. All of these people are fucking happy. Look, their names are all over it. Casino Elite. These people are happy to bet. They're actually happy to bet. This guy took 4 bets, which is kind of crazy. He's a nutty motherfucker. He wants you to just heads up fucking coin flip the PS5. He wants you to coin flip the PS5 with him, and he has bought in for whatever that is, 200 and call it a PS5 instead of an APOC Navy issue. Like I could fix the economy in America with the HyperNet. It is gambling, but it's not though. It's a raffle. It's not gambling in any way. You can see it. These are raffle tickets. It's gambling in the form of a raffle. And the people that put the $100 in and don't win the item are pissed off, but they're also like, oh, but it's still a $530 item that I only took a $110 swipe at. And so they're like, fuck, I lost and it sucks. But hey, but if I had won, I would have got this thing worth $530. Then I'm up $450. And it just stimulates the economy. And on top of that, the minute that you win this thing for only like $100 bet on a $530 bet of whatever the item is, you can just throw it back up on the fucking HyperNet for $645. And they come and they fucking and they bid. They come and they bid, and they're like, yeah, I'll take a bet on that, sure. And you split it up into more bets. Instead of 8, you split it up into 16 or 48, and you let 48 fucking shit. You let 48 raffle tickets go on a $500 or on a $670 item, and it's overpriced. But because it's so many raffle tickets, people can get in for $50, and they do. And this system also just draws your attention, and immediately it's also incredibly like stimulating. It's good for you. Your brain's crunching numbers, and you're like, oh well, what's the bet on that? And your brain's doing math, and it just stretches your fucking brain, and you're like, what's the percentages on this and all this? And you're like constantly looking through, what are the names, what are the numbers, what are people doing? This guy's got a 4 bet, this guy's got a 1 bet. I could come in here on a 3 bet on this, and maybe take a swing at taking this APOC Navy for him for 2 from them. A fairly good swing. It's not a totally like he's got a 50% swing on the 8 bet. This guy's got a 1 in 8 swing. and whatever you want to call that. I don't even know how to do that. And yeah, but yeah, and I could get 3 of the ace bets, which isn't as strong as this guy. I have a chance of losing it, but if I do win, and I should do it just for the example, because I've been making so much goddamn money lately. I can take a swing at this APOC Navy. I could take a swing at it, but honestly, I don't. That's too rich for my money. I don't need to buy this APOC Navy. I just posted one. I don't need to buy this APOC Navy. I could, but honestly, if I'm gonna buy the APOC Navy, you go back to the source of the ships and you buy from their buy, and you put up a buy order and you let them know that you want one slight, like maybe 5-10% cheaper than they normally sell for in the auction, but you wait, and then they fill your order eventually. It might take a little while, but they fill your order and they're like, yeah, I'll sell you one for 10% cheaper, because I know it means that it's like a batch of 50. That's one of the batch of the 50 gone that I'm trying to sell, and so they'll let 10% go because they know that they mass produce like 500 of these and all this. And so your brain starts doing all this math like it should be, because monkeys are kind of math monkeys. They're sort of about counting the bananas, you know. It's sort of stupid. And so this is how I would save America. I don't ever hear people talking about how to actually fix the economy, how to actually fix interest in busted ass products that won't sell, how to fix interest in enable poor people to use whatever the most valuable thing that they have as a stake. And they might lose it, honestly. They might lose it, but no, they won't lose it if they just place the most valuable thing that they have. Like for me, it would be the most valuable thing that I have is this $3,500. Now it's like 3,000 and it's deprecated, so you could call it 2,000 used, I guess. The most valuable thing I have is this $2,000 computer, and I could just place that on the hypernet for $2,800. I could take that $2,800 and I could go buy 2 used Alienwares and flip those for $2,200 each. Walk with $4,400, buy a brand new fucking $3,500 Alienware and step with $900. And they're totally legal, really fast, with your cell phone, in the comfort of your own home. The shipping's the only part of it, that's it. And then, of course, there's all the theft and all that stuff, but the Hypernet should never fuck with anybody. If they ever act dirty on the Hypernet, ever, if the item that they're selling isn't what it says it is, that's something that's so beautiful about EVE, is none of the items are dirty or fucked up or old or used or anything like that. They're all the best they've ever been the day that they're released. And so that's something that sucks about the real world and the Hypernet, is certain items aren't as worth as much as they could say that they are. But I mean, my theory is that if the Hypernet were to suss itself out after a couple of years, it would actually prove its own worth, and used items would just wouldn't sell. And the thing about selling on the Hypernet is you have to buy hyper cores. You have to pay the house, right? The house runs all these raffle tickets and everything for you, just like an Amazon or something like that. The house runs, and so you pay them through hypercores. So every time you want to place, like, say, that PS5 on PS5 used on sale to try and buy a new one, it costs you like $10 in hypercores. And that's okay. It's $10. Everybody's probably willing to pay that. It's like $10 on hypercores to place that PS5 up, right? So the house always wins. So they're interested in ensuring the quality of the item. And we've had systems like this for so long. It's the bizarre systems of Cairo. It's the Asian markets. It's the stock exchange. It's you know, the stock exchange is the exact same way. You can say what something's worth whatever you want, and if the market bears it, then it does, and you sell that stock, and you basically like dictate the price of it. It's insane. It's the exact same thing as the stock exchange market. I don't know why we wouldn't make the real life real life like this when it comes to internet purchases. It shouldn't ever be like the grocery stores, because you wouldn't be able to do the raffles live in a real time like that. But an online market, the Hypernet could revolutionize the online markets of the world, and it could stimulate the economy in America so much so that Jeff Bezos is extremely happy, and he's able to provide an Amazon truck for every single time you want to send a package off to somebody, right? Because he's making so much money off the goddamn Hypernet and the stimulated American economy and all this stuff. And I don't ever hear these pig dog fucking, you know, jackass elephant assholes ever talking about a solution to this goddamn poverty. They just keep talking about how bad Trump is or whatever. or how bad, you know, Israel is or whatever. I don't know. So, you know, or Palestine. I don't, you know, it's just crazy. And so I don't know, like, I never hear about solutions ever. And I look at this system and I see something that could save my country. I really do. And like the people, they're eager. You would think, oh, I think the only argument anybody could ever say about this is, oh, it's this black-hearted gambling that promotes gambling to children, essentially. But the problem is, it's not. It's like a raffle. It's no different from like a bingo or something like that. It's about as honest as that. It's about as honest as a bingo. It's not really like true gambling. It's not really true gambling. And the main purpose of it is to stimulate value. Look at what they say right on the goddamn. I think they're making a point with it. They're like, a wealth creation, resource exchange, and data routing service from PKN Interstellar. Hypernet relay prices and synchronizes FTL communications across New Eden, right? It's an online store. Why do we buy food from Safeway locally when we could just have Amazon trucks bring it to our fucking door and buy on the Amazon market? And I'm sure Jeff Bezos feels the same, of course, because he controls Amazon. But I mean, like, I'm serious about that, though. Why do we need to leave our houses, technically? Why do we need to have this many cars and all this other stuff? We could just mass produce stuff and ship it around in bigger trucks and stuff like that, and have them just journey through the neighborhoods, bringing trucks to doors and stuff like that, and stimulate the economy in a lot of better, different ways, and use the hypernet on an Amazon fucking website to stimulate the economy. And then every time that you win something, you just place it back on the hypernet and you gain another 20% on whatever you won. You know? Okay, so that was too fast now, is it? It is too fast now. So we will go back to accessibility and we will audio no, so accessibility, and yeah, you're too fast. We're gonna drag you down slower. Okay. Ooh, look at all that. Yeah. Oh no, never mind, those are kudzu. Oops, alright. The hypernet stimulates me like immediately, and I think anybody in the world with a mind for math could see that it would just unlock most of the economies of the world. This daily bizarre stuff that we do, where we take cars and we drive to the local fucking store, and then we drive to the next store, and then we drive to the bank, or we drive to the bank, and then we drive to the next store, and we drive to the next store, and we drive to the next store, and then we come home. That system is antiquated, and Amazon was right to try to kill it, because it just, like, and especially with the hypernet, so the housewives, they want to feed their families for less money. The people who buy video games and consoles and resell them, they want to buy those consoles for less money. And so, and it promotes, and it does promote that kind of industry too. If you can get a cheaper deal on a wholesale buyer, and it promotes those industries a lot better. And then those guys sell you a PS4 Pro that's normally $700 for $640, right? And you buy a buy order, and then you put it on the hypernet for $780 or something, or whatever. Like, no more than that. Like no more than that for a PS5. It would be like, for the hypernet, it would be like $880. It would be like $880, even though it's a $700 PS5 Pro. It would be $880. It would be $880 on the hypernet, right? Then you take that $880, you go back to the fucking PS5 Pro, dealer. You say, "Can you give me, another one for $640?" You sell it again for $880, and suddenly you've got $400 that you just didn't do anything really except connect a PS5. It like connects a PS5 like wholesaler with a PS5 buyer that wants to gamble raffle tickets on it rather than buy the whole thing. Like they because they know that if they slap down like $100 on or like $150 on a PS5 Pro, they might really win, because they've got a 2 out of 8 bet. They've got a 25% bet. It's essentially like about half what a coin flip is. It's insane. It's actually a really high chance. It is a high chance. 25% is a really high chance. And if you want, you can buy 50% and see if you can get a PS5 Pro for what is half of $880 for $440. And that's what most people will do, though. They'll bet down $440. The seller still gets their money. The guy who put down $440 isn't sad when they lose, because they knew that they put down half of what a PS5 Pro is or whatever for like $400, $440, something like that. And they're like, well, I lost the money, but I mean, if I had won, I would have gotten a PS5 Pro for half the price, and then I could just toss it on the hypernet for 880, or I can just keep it. And it just stimulates monkeys to buy stuff from each other all the time. The problem with the fucking the problem with the markets and all the rich people and everything is they just stockpile everything. But and the reason that is the problem is nobody wants to buy anything because the prices are too goddamn high. The hypernet fixes that, and it scales down really well. And then if you just connect a delivery matrix to it, and instead of doing all these trips to the grocery stores and all this other stuff, you go out and you exercise around your neighborhood and stuff, and you go out and you dance and you do the stuff that you normally do or whatever, but you don't spend all this time traveling around town trying to buy goods. You just go on the hypernet, and then within 12 hours to 24 hours or something like that, at your house on a cell phone, and within 24 hours, an Amazon truck shows up with all of this stuff that you won gambling, you know? And sure, you didn't win the Oro Wheats slice of bread, loaf of bread, the Oro Wheats loaf of bread for $4.40, but you did win the $36 24 pack for $8. So losing that Oro Wheat doesn't seem so bad because you're still up $22 fucking on that case of beer that you did win. And you see how it sort of equalizes losses on other things, and it's not this shitty form of casino gambling. All it does is cause a feeding frenzy on items when people begin to understand that they can get in at a quotient of the at a fraction of the price. And then three other people come along who realize that they can get in at a fraction of the price. The 8-bet goes out, and one of them takes the PS5 Pro. The other three step, but they're not upset because they only had to put down $150 on a chance at a PS5 Pro. And they know that they could have stepped with that PS5 Pro for $700 on a 150 bet, and they're not upset. They knew that 150 it sucks when you fucking lose it. We all know it does, and it is gambling. But when you win, not only does the seller win, you win, and the other people don't. But but they're all okay with it because they didn't blow $500. They only blew $150. They're all okay with it. They took a $150 swing at a $700 PS5 Pro. They're okay with it. They're okay with it. They're okay with it. I'm getting the math slightly askew here because it's off from 800 as opposed to 700. But it's but yeah, and then they're okay with it. It's weird. My experience with most gambling on the hypernet is I'm okay with losing actually. Now it's not okay when it's a really expensive item and I'm making really high bets like 93 million.
Says,
that's not okay with me. But if I go back to I don't have my Jita filter. Son of a bitch. Yeah, come back to here, and we're going to do 0 to 10. 8 bets only. Yep. No APOC navies at all, just that filter. Oh, I'm sorry. I do want ship category. Yeah. And so, and also helps specialization of markets, because I'm only really interested in ships because I can just flip them that day, that second, for people that already want them, have already told you that they want them and stuff. Ships move really well, the same way that cars would in real life, So I like cars. Cars on the hypernet would be amazing. You go down to Uncle Jack and you're like, hey, can I buy your beater, that piece of crap that you can't sell? And he's like, yeah, sure. What you thinking? And you're like, oh, 1800, something like that. And he's like, yeah. And so then you spend a little bit of time fixing up the car, and you throw that bitch on the hypernet for fucking 6,000, and it sells. So then you go back to your uncle and you're like, hey, can I buy the other beater? And he's like, yeah, but I want more this time. And you're like, yeah, sure, here's 2,400. You buy the other beater that he's got, and you fucking flip that for 6,000, and suddenly you're looking at 10 grand off of that initial 1,800 that you spent. Your uncle's happy, the people on the raffle are happy, the people who won the cars are happy, everybody's happy. The only people that are unhappy are the people that came in on a quarter bet on something, and they don't mind because they knew it was a quarter bet. They knew what it was. It was a 25% quarter bet. You didn't, you knew that it was a $2,800 car. You got a chance at it for 700. You can't say anything. You're like, oh, fuck, I didn't win. If you really wanted it, you might try for 1,400, right? Try to swing it right. But you could buy 2 shares at $350 a pop at for a $700 try on a $2,800 car. You don't win, you lose the 700. That fucking sucks. You're out and you've been gambling. That fucking sucks. That sucks for you. But you're not the only one there. There's three other guys who all bought in. It's 700, two shares of 350 pop on that $2,800 cars on that $2,800 car. The owner's happy because it's a $2,200 beater, but the other guys are happy because they got that $2,200 beater for $750. One of them is. You're one of the two unhappy people who didn't win that particular time. If you go through again 2 or 3 times more, you're going to win. You're going to win. It's just because you're taking quarter bets. If you go 2 or 3 times more, you're going to get one of your 25% chances. You're going to win that car sooner or later, and that's how the hypernet works. And if you, the real problem with it is people can be very, very, very greedy with it. So you would need this open source code that people could see running in real time to make sure that the hypernet was not being jaded by some shitty human. There's all these terrible infrastructure problems, and I propose that not Bitcoin, but crypto is sort of the not crypto, but cryptology is the solution to this. If we can, that's how they did it on EvE. They use cryptology to run a very basic program to fucking sync all of this stuff, track the items, and do the raffle tickets. It's actually not that hard. People love systems like that. We've been capable of that since the 40s. Since the fucking 40s, we've been able to build computers that could essentially collate like horse races and stuff like that. It's not that fucking hard. If you can keep the code open to the public where they can see it functioning live in real time, and promise them that the hypernet is 100% bug and free, then trust me, it would stimulate the American economy. And the housewives get on and they see that what would have normally have been like a $450 journey to fucking Whole Foods with your crying ass kids in the back of your fucking soccer mom van or whatever. And you don't have to do shit that you don't want to do. You go about the days of actually being a soccer mom and actually nurturing them, instead of doing all this stupid ass commerce and all this stupid ass shopping and all this other stuff. And you just browse your cell phone or your computer on your television at home. You go on the hypernet and you're like, hey, I'm looking for milk. You know, it's the same thing as Amazon. Like I want to open like an incognito or whatever. Yeah, open a. How do you even open an incognito anymore? I don't even really know. Yeah, add like an incognito or whatever. No, I just want like an incognito. How do you do that? Incognito. How do you turn on incognito, right? And I'll show incognito. Yeah, to turn on incognito, you can press Control-Shift-N. Control-Shift-N. There we go. Thank you. So on this incognito browser, I will go to Amazon Fresh, right? I will go to Amazon Fresh and I will shop Amazon Fresh. I fucking love Amazon Fresh. No, So, and there we are. We're on Amazon Fresh, and you begin to see, oh look, it's exactly like a grocery store. We've all been to Amazon Fresh before, I'm sure. You know, like it's like an online grocery store. It's so much better than a fucking Walmart or whatever, because it's got the entire store at your fucking fingertips, and you don't have to walk or anything like that, right? So you come in, and you're like, oh cool, these Santitas are $2.79, right? It is so cool because even at a micro level, the hypernet is better than capitalism. It actually is, even at the micro level. I'll die defending it. Like the guys who probably would die defending the sacrosanctness of cryptocurrency and how it can't be tracked. And they're right. You know, and they're right. You know, they are right. With that same sanctness, I'd like them to open up a crypto hypernet that allows me to bet. So what's $2.80 divided by 8? It's 28 divided by 8. That's 4 times. Or sorry, that's 3 times. Yeah, that's like 3.1 or something like that. It's like 3.1, something like that. So.
To Distant Land says, yeah, I did any ad /GG since I don't want to pay the animal one.
279 is 279 divided by 8.
GT is super chill tanking. Any
is 34 cents and 88.75, and that's what the hypernet would say too. It would be like your 34 cents and 8.75, something like that. It would say that too, and it would be like your bet is 34 cents, 8.75, and we're gonna round it up, so call it 35 cents, right?
To Distant Land says, I selected 2.
And I look at this $2.80, and I'm like, but I don't want to pay $2.80 for tortillas. You know, it's so expensive. Or tortilla chips. I don't want to pay $2.80. That's so much money. Come on, man. They're fucking chips. They're basically fucking tortillas, which is flour and water. Fry that shit up, bake it, and you've got chips. And it's like, come on, man. $2.80. That's fucking flour and water. What are you talking about? That's like 4 cents of flour and water, and about 8 cents of baking and heat. And you're charging $2.80 for that motherfucker? Yeah, sure. Traveling it and bagging it and doing all the research and all the recipes on the back and the numbers and the guaranteed fresh and the UPC codes and all that shit. They're worth $2.80, I would say now, but they didn't used to be. So anyways, so I say I don't want to pay $2.80 like Seinfeld. I don't want to do that, but I don't want to be a pirate, right? This is the joke. But I don't want to be a pirate, right? So you think I don't want to pay $2.80. So you take that 35-cent 1/8 bet. You throw down 3 bets at 90 or $1.05, and you have a 3 out of 8 chance of winning this $2.80 bag, right? And you do have a 3 out of 8 chance. That's not amazing. It's not quite 50%, but it's, you know, it's whatever 3 ace is. It's 43.5 or some shit. I have no idea what the fuck it is off the top of my head, but it's like 43 or something like that. And so yeah, so you have like a 43% chance of winning this bag of chips for $1. And you're not mad when you don't get the, you know, when you lose, you're like, there goes the $1 and stuff. But I want to try on another bag because for another $1, I can still take another swing, another 3/8 swing on another bag and still be 80 cents under. And you can see how it's so much better than our fucking current marketplace capitalism. It is so much better. It is gambling, but all it really is buying raffle tickets. And so you're not too pissed on small. And the cheaper the item is, and the more mass-produced it is, the easier it is to get in on it for 40 cents as opposed to the $2.80. And so the housewife is sitting there all day looking at the numbers like I am on HyperNet. You know, like I'm here looking at the numbers all day. 8 bet, 7 bet, 7 bet, 5 bet. There's a 5 bet. I like the 5 bets, so I'm going to buy 2 on that Enyo.
Smiley face.
Because that's like, you know, that's 10 million on a 30 million bet. And so I know I want this $28 sandwich or whatever, and I'll take a $10 swing at this $28 sandwich, right? I'll take a $10 swing at it, and I might win 1/4 of the time, but I mean, maybe I'm on fire. We don't know. It's an actually honest to God 2 out of 8 bets. So I go to the next Enyo and I take the next bet for 2, right? And this is how we could do our grocery. This is how we can do our groceries. And not only is it survival of the fittest, it like totally inspires people to be the most intelligent person that they can fucking be. It totally does. It like totally, you do the math. I pulled out the calculator, you know, and I'm like, I thought about it. I was like, yeah, and like makes you this incredibly smart math and numbers person. And it also gives you a really good idea of understanding what the actual value is.
I got a good set of DPS and NIS healer. You're good.
After the HyperNet, we have a very clear idea of what everything in this game is worth, and the HyperNet boiled it down to exactly what it should be. And there's no price gouging on the fucking normal market now. If you want to buy something direct off and you don't want to use the HyperNet, you can just go on Amazon and buy something direct for the $2.40. That has not gone away. The HyperNet did not remove that ability from you. You can go and buy the $2.80 bag of chips if you don't want to take the $1.05 bet on it. But having the chance to put the $1.05 bet on it is kind of nice. And so those people that think that $2 isn't that much money, like, you know, they can take that $2 and they can bet on something that's like significantly more expensive, like something that's like 10 or something like that. They don't give a shit about $2, right? But they do. They land a $10 jar of sour cream or something like that. And they're like, what the fuck? Like, what I got was like five times the amount of money that I put in towards it. And that's what the HyperNet does. It's a much better system. I want to do lectures on it at MIT and try to save America's economy, because it's not like I want to change any of the systems that we're currently using. I just want to add the HyperNet on top of it. You might say, oh, it's an evil gambling thing. No, it isn't, because nobody has to do it. Nobody has to do it at all. If you voluntarily do it, you can absolutely fucking make a killing as both a buyer and a seller. And it's that shit that they're doing, like drop shipping and stuff like that, trying to fuck people on Amazon and all that. Nah, if they had the HyperNet, every generation's kids, all the way up to their fucking elderly grandparents, could monetize themselves doing what it is that they found passionate. If they have some knowledge of model trains, they can go to this fucking model train store, buy the best model train that they can get for cheaper, take it to the fucking HyperNet, which is the entire goddamn world, and place the fucking model train up for something like, 8 times what you paid at that model train store, and they pay you. And that's what they mean about, they say it's a wealth creation, resource exchange, and data routing service from PKN Interstellar. Now, are you doing like LFG stuff here? CK4 starting now. I think I'm going to turn off I'm not actually like paying attention right now, so I'm going to turn it off. It's all right. I wish there was a key that was faster. But anyways. And so I don't hear people talking about stuff like this. We have ingenuity and good brains like John Nash. We can use General Dynamics to like, to fix our problems. Like, we're constantly all trying to strive for the same thing. It's sort of crazy. If we all just sort of did what our interest was on the HyperNet, we would be happier people. I could get my video games for cheaper because I work with only video game peoples on the HyperNet, because the video game people should dictate what a video game is worth, not the goddamn developer, The people who buy the games should be the ones who dictate how much a game should cost. It's not the developer. This all games are $60 thing is fucking worthless. It's a worthless way to run things. The HyperNet would fix it. And you might say it's like, what I'm talking about is communism, but no, it's not. It's raffle economy. You could call it raffonomy. Raffonomy. It's a raffonomy. It's a raffle economy. Call it raffonomy. You heard it here first, motherfucker. Trademarked by motherfucking SkyCat.live. Published on YouTube on, whatever. Call it a raffonomy or whatever. But yeah, like, it's a raffle economy. You could call it raffonomy. Call it a raffonomy. It rolls right off the fucking tongue. I want America's economy to be in a raffonomy with a normal economy attached, The same economy that we've got right now with a HyperNet interlaced over on top of it. And all of our online business ensuring the business. And when the people understand that they can get what they want for a quarter of the fucking price on a gambling tip, they'll take the raffle chance at it. They do. And raffles are honest. You can see all the tickets there. You can see the people that have bought them. You can see how much they spent. Raffles are honest. Raffles are a lot more honest than honestly our current marketplace capitalism. Raffles are much more honest than you might think. Especially if they're like crypto encoded by a fucking machine. And every bit of it is entirely honest and open, and all the code is there to be seen by anybody. It's actually pretty much the safest way to do commerce, really. Is raffonomy. You heard it here first, motherfucker. And I want the Nobel Peace Prize, but I won't ever fucking sit around like some academic trying to chase some fucking carrot or whatever. I'm not gonna chase chase the carrot on the stick or whatever. You can just have my fucking idea. The whole world can just have my idea. America needs a raffonomy introduced on top of its fucking normal economy, where anybody who has less money can get something for 1/8 of the, or 2/8 or 3/8 or 4/8 of the cost. And honestly, you could keep it honest like that. You could just say split an item into eight raffles. It's 8 tickets, and you can get in on a 2 raffle bet on it, and on a 25% bet on a $700 PS5 Pro. Wouldn't you take that bet? If somebody told you that, yeah, you could put down on an honest-to-God exchange that has a perfect reputation with crypto-controlled, like, raffles and stuff, and you can see that it's not cheating and it's not fucking around. It's gonna do its 1 out of 8 bet very carefully, roll the dice and show you what it's doing. You can see it do it, and then it rolls and it says that customer C actually wins this item, and you're customer A, and you're kind of upset, but you realize that it only costs you like $145 to get a good 25% swing on a $750 PS5 Pro, and most people would take that chance. And it stimulates the PlayStation maker. It stimulates the buyer. It stimulates the person who sold on the HyperNet. It stimulates the person that the HyperNet person bought it from. It stimulates the person who won it, and it screws the people who didn't. It doesn't screw them, but it doesn't screw them really. It doesn't screw them either. It doesn't screw them, and the other people lost, but they got in for cheap. And it is a feasible fucking marketplace that could essentially unlock all of our markets and bring the global economy to the fore and enable us to empower ourselves in a non-greedy way that anybody can do to essentially, like, you know, empower ourselves to go to the stars and pretty much erase poverty as I see it. Because as with the wealth that I'm seeing from the hypernet, I see like this endless flow of money that doesn't require you to do anything but play the hypernet, really. It's sort of insane, and that's what they mean too. That's when they say it's like a wealth creation, resource exchange, and data routing service. They were very fucking careful about the words that they used, and they don't say any more or any less, because that's exactly what the hypernet is. It does nothing but stimulate products and you know, and all the capitalists of this world. You can hear them like kind of rubbing their hands on some kind of new business model. We need a new business model, and it is the hypernet. It's the raffle. It's the raffonomy. We need the RAF economy. RAF economy. Yeah. Raffle economy or whatever. You know, raffonomy. Something like that. And I'm done. I'm done with this spiel. I just have to repeat it a bunch of times so that people understand what I'm saying. They can grok it. I try to cover all the fine points and all this. You can see the fucking principles live in a real time as I do them, right? I was like, okay, so I won this on a 14 million bet. It was 7 million bets, right? I walk with a ship that's worth 56 million when I get my little 25% when I'm lucky. Most of the time, well, 3/4 of the time I lose. But when I do win, I get all of my other bets basically when I place it back on the hypernet for the basically the same price that I paid, right? Except I'm the seller now. See it? And I off of a 20 million bet, I walk with 80 million. And I just, you know, and I keep fucking, you know, I keep flipping. And it just causes this consumer frenzy. It causes this wonderful consumer frenzy that's healthy for everybody except for the people who are losing. But if you just keep gambling on 25% bets, you're going to win every 1 in 4. You're gonna win every 1 in 4. I guarantee it. If you're gambling 25% bets, you're gonna win every 1 in 4. It's how it statistically works out in the end. It always does. And so, you know, it is a way to stimulate wealth. And what it did to this economy is freaking wonderful. I was never this rich. Look, the ships keep rolling on. I just keep on spinning down through the ships. Some of them are mass bought, but a bunch of them, and I constantly keep flipping them and stuff because my wallet's always fat, and I can afford drugs and food and fancy ships and losses and all this other shit, right? It's kind of insane, and I don't know why we do this like fucking suckers, like the Donald Trump's fucking version of capitalism. It's fucking shitty. It's worthless. That fucking like capitalism that he loves so much, the art of the deal and all that shit is garbage. The hypernet is what's actually good. The raffleonomy will destroy shit like that. It'll just eat it up alive, attach the proper prices to things, you know, cut it all out into quotients so that anybody can reach something that they wouldn't normally be able to reach. Some people win, some people lose, but no matter what, nobody's really unhappy. Nobody is unhappy with the hypernet. Nobody. There's not been a single complaint. It is actually perfect. You know, the people who are gambling and the people who are buying and the people who are selling are all happy. There has been not a single complaint. Look, I am ecstatic with how good the hypernet is. And so, you know, and I believe that the raffonomy would work. There has not been, you know, there would have been complaints about any form of gambling that humanity has ever had before. If you were to try to do it live on an MMO, there will be complaints about it. But the hypernet, you're never going to hear a complaint because it is just your 25% bet on a 100% bet. It never breaks anything other than that. It's maybe it boils out to smaller quotients of that, but it still works out to your 25% chance on a 100% item, and you only lost 25% if you didn't get it. That's actually such a good system, you know. It stimulates the buyer, the seller, the gambler. It dictates prices perfectly so that we don't have like $500 barrels of oil or anything like that. The barrel of oil always fucking sits at $72 or whatever it is, or $52. It fixes economical problems wherever it goes. The hypernet fixes economical problems wherever it touches. It's actually kind of crazy. Like, you know, I feel like I could do a math dissertation at MIT about this, you know? Because it does work. They're introducing it to prove that it does work. Because if it can work in the EvE economy, which is like basically scam artists, you know what I'm saying, but still keeps them honest and it still fucking puts money in everybody's fucking pockets, like, you know, You can come in and you can gamble and lose like an idiot, but you won't have any money for very long if you do that. So it eats you alive if you try to do that. What it wants you to do is put a 25% bet down. That's it. It doesn't want you to fucking buy all 8 bets. It doesn't want you to do that. You're gonna just pay the shipper and the fucking seller in the hypernet at that point. All you're gonna do is pay them. That's it. That's like buying the item wholesale right at the fucking store. What it wants you to do is it wants you to get in on a 25% bet. You know, on an 8 bet. You know, it wants you to get in on 25, 50, 7,500 or something, you know, or 12.5. It wants you to get in on a 12.5% bet to about a 25% bet. It doesn't really want you to do more than that. Maybe 50% is the highest that you go. But 50% is sort of dumb. At that point, that's just sort of like buying like the same thing at basically the same price as retail and stuff. But if you win that fucking 12.5 to 25% bet on the 100% bet, you walk with the quarter. It's the best system I've ever seen. It definitely is better than our current capitalism. I hope the Keynesian fucking economics people take a look at it, and I hope this dissertation gets fucking heard by somebody, because it will change the world. And all I can do is fucking talk, but understand I don't want any humans around me, so I'm not going to go do some press release about this or talk to the press or try to convince some fucking mathematicians about this. I'm going to publish it on my fucking stream, and maybe somebody actually picks it up and sees it. I'm sure CCP sees it. I don't think CCP needs it. I think the Swedish economy is fine because they don't truck with idiots, you know, or not Swedish, but Icelandish economy is probably fine because they don't truck with idiots. You know what I'm saying? That's what the hypernet does. It pretty much erases idiots. It forces you to play even. It forces you to play fair, and it gives you a chance to reach something you would never ever be able to reach ever before. And trust me, most people would rather try to take the stab at reaching something they couldn't normally reach, and they do. Hey, look, I'm entirely full of expensive loot. It just goes on. Look how much loot I have. It just rolls. I have so much loot. So much more than World of Warcraft or anything like that. Let's get more of it. Let's just get more loot. 250 gold. Sure, I'll take it. Sure. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Sure. Look, I got a Pro Vendor's hat with harvesting luck. Yeah, it's a harvesting hat. It is. It's a reinforced harvesting hat. It's going to sell. It's going to sell really well. It's 636. This thing's 629. I get to sell this. This gets to sell. Yay, that's money. I also came up when I was killing these things. I came up on like a 500 gold item or something. Like maybe 300 gold, something like that. So hells yeah. Like I did the same thing. I did the same thing as the hypernet essentially on the Undermined Journal. With World of Warcraft and Transmog, I would just buy low off some supplier on some dead server, and I would go flip it to the people that actually wanted it. And the Undermined Journal made it possible for us to do that. You know, because you didn't know what the buyers were unless you can see the numbers of what people want to buy something for. You don't know where to go sell it at. And the hypernet is a perfect way to do that. Amazon is too. Amazon's a really perfect way to fix the world's economy. It is. Bezos should have the faith that we have placed in him, you know, or whatever, whoever inherits. I want to drop this. I want you to split this. I want to drop and then split. Yeah, that's about right. Alright, let's go sell. Gotta go to Everfall. Recall to Half. Now I want to hear this whole thing again, maybe.
Parents, 2 in Texas where he lives, and 1 in Connecticut where they live. He certainly didn't take these suits seriously since he more or less refused to cooperate with Discovery.
I want to start this over.
Would
We're
you
only
like to
2
buy
minutes in, but I gotta go pee first. I'll be right back. Wait, I don't even really understand. So China just hacked my ISP. No, you skipped me. You skipped me through this. You skipped me through
using a virtual machine to look at how this stuff kind of works, so you can.
Yeah, I missed this one. There we go. I'm gonna go pee and then I'll be back. purifier. What? No. No. Hello? I guess I should process.
Better protect yourself, and use reflective loaders to run in memory to deploy things like demo decks. So what they mentioned obviously is Ghost Emperor, which is a Chinese Nexus threat group, again, associated with the actual government right there. So what they said was Demo Decks, the updated version, uses legitimate Windows tools more extensively to avoid that level of detection, has advanced capabilities for evasion, the EDR, and of course an anti-user mode hooking to impede that level of analysis. So again, when it comes to this level of cyber attack and cyber warfare, it's just as important to make sure your software looks about as legitimate as it can, and to fight against obvious groups to, analyze your software and possibly detect if, it's similar to other identified pieces of software or malware that have been found, and how to attack against it. If you can impede the analysis, it's kind of like playing the game Plague Inc., right? Like you develop a virus that, countries are unable to create a resistance or a vaccine to, and the longer you can saturate this virus while people are spending their time trying to figure out what's going on or try to resist it, the better your hack will be, okay? You're basically just delaying the inevitable, and that is getting caught, as we saw a couple days ago. So interestingly enough, a piece of software that gamers probably know if you're on the PC side was actually ended up being used. So the core implant, which was used to manage CE2 servers and install Demodex rootkit, had to bypass driver signature enforcement. To bypass this, Cheat Engine, which was a tool that was used to manipulate memory and basically bypass a lot of
They hacked the Chinese hacked the American ISPs through Cheat Engine. Oh my
microtransaction
God.
Bullshit in single player games was effectively being used in order to assist hiding the software. So it's interesting looking at how a lot of these guys' intricate state level kernel hacking software is also intermixed with a lot of this open source stuff we pretty much use on a daily basis. Now, in this case, was Demodex being used? No, it's just one of the things that they're most famous for. But obviously, what people were kind of highlighting was the fact that maybe that there was actually some reconfigured routers from Cisco that were used. Now, obviously, the guys over at Cisco were like, bro, we actually have no idea what happened. And to be fair, I don't think anybody's really going to know until they actually look through the software and peek for it themselves and get a real good idea and grasp. All they know is that they've literally been hacked by a group that is actually belonging to the Chinese government, whether or not they want to actually deny it. There's only a few levels of people and groups that can do this kind of stuff at this level, and they usually need the backing of infinite resources that only governments can provide. So again, when it came to those wiretapping systems, bunch of these organizations kind of claimed it, but half claimed it. In reality, they said there's some indication that that lawful intercept system was targeted, which is what one of the security officials said. And at the end of the day, nobody really can confirm unless you do a full, thorough analysis. But for right now, to kind of minimize the panic and fear, you kind of have to basically, just tell them, hey, nothing's confirmed. Hopefully it doesn't get confirmed to be the fact that that level of access was effectively violated. Because if it was, that means a lot of people's personal information might actually be put into risk. And I'd be interested in who, in fact, the Chinese government might have been targeting through this. Whether they were high-level CEOs, whether they were like politicians, or somebody that had actual power that they specifically wanted to go after. The thing about these kind of organizations like Salt Typhoon is that they've basically been active since 2019. And according to Bleeping Computer, they literally were also responsible for attacking hotels, engineering companies, and entire legal firms, not in the United States, but in places like Brazil, Burkina Faso, South Africa, Canada, Israel, France, Guatemala, Lithuania, Saudi Arabia, Taiwan, Thailand, and also the United Kingdom. So in this case, they actually reference one specific vulnerability, which was the proxy logon vulnerability in the Microsoft Exchange server. So for instance, Microsoft Exchange, like those specific servers that were being targeted, were mailing servers or calendaring servers. So again, people who are hosting their own email servers, they're the ones being targeted, especially if they don't constantly update and make sure securities are patched out. That's what these hackers are looking for. They have vulnerabilities. They scan the entire internet for, again, any of those servers operating. And if they can find out that they're running a vulnerable version of that server, they're going to launch all the malware they have against it and gain access so they can harvest information and use it for nefarious purposes. So look, at the end of all this, I actually am glad that the Chinese government was caught hacking the United States internet service providers. And that's where the silver lining for all this comes out to. What really is the big part about this is not just, the state government hacking people. Okay, that happens every day, all right? Complaining about that shit and worrying about that is basically the wrong, path to go down. The one thing that really got exposed out of
the real path is to fix all the problems with the world so that these people don't need to commit crime to get their jollies or whatever. We should make them want to do this stuff legitimately because everything is awesome, Like the Lego movie. Everything is awesome. We should want them to... the only reason that they steal like this is they are experiencing terrible poverty and terrible oppression and terrible fascism and terrible governments and terrible rich people. Terrible problems. And if all those things were fixed, they would not do this. The Chinese are proud and wonderful people, and they would never fall so far as to dishonor themselves like this if they weren't desperate. The same goes for Americans. Same goes for everybody. We have trankers on the fucking streets dying. We're not any better. We don't take care of our own either.
This was the fact that ISPs were allegedly working with these law enforcement agencies and setting up actual access to data. So again, the concept of lawful intercepts, meaning that you literally sit down and provide court-approved wiretaps, is the wrong play to have.
I'm true to
and that's one of the reasons
potions.
why I think like the FBI and a lot of these like law enforcement agencies are kind of hazy on confirming and talking about these situations, because inadvertently you have to admit that you have developed ways to spy on your own citizens in really fucked up avenues that shouldn't begin in the first place. Look, the idea of intercepting traffic that should be encrypted by having a third key is scary, not from the effort of it being used to spy on you, right? That's something that's been happening since the Patriot Act days. Look, the government designing a system that they can peek into defeats the entire purpose of privacy and encryption in the first place. If another government can break into internet service providers and get access to those lawful, tools, and use them against the people that you're trying to protect, that means that system you fucking made should never work. It is the prime example of why governments should never get involved with trying to kill encryption, whether it be for protecting kids or protecting us from terrorists.
Encryption is very important. We need to be able to make sure that our software can't be tampered with by bad actors. It's a very simple premise.
Or criminals or really sick individuals, ultimately it costs you and me our privacy. And not just at the hands of our own government, but randomly any other government that could exist. exist. There are governments from Israel, from Iran, from any parts of the world that could just hack into these internet service providers because they've got the tech, the talent, and the money to do it. It's not that expensive, and they could get access to information and traffic and use it against people at a global scale. And again, going to the beginning of the video and talking about planting yourself in critical infrastructure, that's when it gets super duper scary. And that's one of the things people really have to watch out for. And I think that's the real story and the meat of this story. It's a bad idea to have a wiretap, and this hack is the perfect example of why it should never have happened to begin with. If you're really worried about an actual cyber attack happening and these organizations looking into your information, I think just the benefit of you being an unknown individual, and I say that because, again, you'd really have to be kind of like a politician or somebody in a position of power to effectively be targeted, which doesn't make the situation any better, but at least for you, the viewer watching, I think you can be relatively assured that you're probably not specifically being targeted by